The following is a production of Cary TV, the Town of Cary's government access channel.
Oh yay, oh yay, oh yay! My lords and ladies, as the official town crier for the town of Cary, I have an announcement of great importance. It is a well-known fact that the heart of democracy is right here in the grassroots of a town council. And my lords and ladies, ye who are here in the audience and those who are at home at television are about to see those grassroots happening for sure as we swear in a new member to represent you. That is right here tonight at the Town of Cary Council meeting. My lords and ladies, let it be known that council is now in order. God save the Queen of Canada, and God bless these United States of America. My lords and ladies, I now turn it over to you, your worship.
Thank you very much.
Everybody laughs now.
Hey, I'm not laughing. Thank you very much, Cary Town Crier. At this time, I would ask everyone to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, Ms. Rowland, our town clerk, will administer the oath of office to Mr. Ed Yerha.
Repeat after me. I, state your name,
Ed Yerha,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and maintain
that I will support and maintain
the Constitution and laws
the Constitution and laws
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution and laws
and the Constitution and laws
of North Carolina,
of North Carolina,
not inconsistent therewith,
not inconsistent therewith,
and that I will faithfully
and that I will faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
of my office
of my office
as Town Council Member
as Town Council Member
of the Town of Cary.
of the Town of Cary.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Mr. Yerha, the podium is yours.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And thank you to all the council members for this appointment. I promise that I will do my utmost to live up to the level of confidence that you apparently have in me. I want to thank Sue for administering the oath of office, for doing the honors. It was my honor to have you do so. Thank you. We had 59 applicants for this position, and I think that says a lot for the town of Cary. Not just that we had 59 qualified, outstanding people, but that we had so many people who were willing to give of their gifts and their time to give back to this wonderful town of ours. For that to happen, we must have a very special place. I think we all knew that, but this is one of those times where I think it proves it. Speaking of time, I want to say thank you to my lovely wife, Carolyn, who is willing to allow me to share my time with about 142,000 other people. Actually, I suspect she may be happy to get me out of the house more. I'm not sure. And I want to thank those friends of mine who showed up tonight, who felt the need to witness this with their own eyes. Thank you for coming. And I thank the Websters for coming, our town crier all the way from Canada, just for my swearing in tonight. And I hope you stay for lazy days. That's wonderful. People asked, in fact, someone just asked earlier, why do I think I was appointed out of these 59 people? It's a good question. I tried to think of things that I may have said during the interview process that might have brought you over or won you over. And I'm trying to think of one thing that I guess I said on several occasions, because there were a lot of interviews that went on for this position. But one thing I said a couple times, I know, is that I always have an open mind rather than an open mouth. I've used that for a lot of years now, and certainly I can understand why you like to have somebody with an open mind. I mean, that makes sense, and I promise I will. But somehow or another, I think it's the open mouth part that might have had something to do with it, because I'm thinking more than one of you thought, well, if this guy isn't going to always have an open mouth, he's not going to maybe talk a lot during the meetings, and maybe the meetings will be shorter, and maybe we can get home a lot earlier. Why don't we give the guy a shot? And I think that may have had something to do with it. So as I don't want to violate that principle so early in my tenure, I just want to say thank you very much. It is a privilege to represent the citizens of this great town of ours, and I'm ready to get to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yerha. At this time, we're going to take a short 5-minute recess so the clerk can reset the table. reconvene this council meeting. We're now at item 4. I want to congratulate Mr. Yerha and welcome him to the town council. And like you said, it's time to get to work. So that's exactly what we're going to do. So we're at the point of adoption of the agenda. Would anybody like to add anything to the agenda?
Yes, I'd like to add an item to the agenda for a special recognition forwarded by several council members.
Okay. Is that in form of a motion?
Yes.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now, motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
So moved.
Second.
Motion second. Discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. We now move to consent agenda, which is item B. For the benefit of the people watching on TV, we're going to take a moment to read the consent agenda items, and I'll point out that one vote approves all consent agenda items. On the regular consent agenda, we have approval of the minutes and resolutions calling for public hearings on annexations. And Mr. Frantz, I'll call on you to briefly summarize the Planning and Development Committee consent agenda items.
Thank you, Mayor. First was to reduce the appropriations for PR 1118, the North Carolina 55 Trail Connection Project. B is the Copperleaf Reserve subdivision, request for waiver. And then finally was acceptance of the report for the Shale Gas Development Task Force.
Okay, would council members like any items pulled from consent for discussion? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve all items on consent.
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. On our consent agenda, we've just approved the final report from our Shale Gas Development Task Force. On behalf of the entire Cary Town Council, we're grateful for the work of the members of this group. They worked together to come up with great recommendations on a very important topic. These hardworking volunteers include Elizabeth Adams, Nancy Kagia, Stacy Dugan, Shushi Gupta, Carmen Marzella, Reed Miner, and Doc Thorne. I also appreciate the work of the council liaison, Lori Bush, and the guidance and support provided by Steve Brown, Scott Fogelman, and Emily Baird of our staff. Thanks to all of you for your very hard work. We now move to recognitions, reports, and presentations.
You got? You could do the special one.
We're doing an end run here.
End run.
End run. I'd like to ask Sue Rowland to join me at the podium. I understand her husband Dennis is here. Her mother Jean Dickens is also here. I would ask them to join me at the podium as well. Surprise.
Boy, it looks like I know. It is. That's not an
Each year at the annual conference of the North Carolina Association of Municipal Clerks, they recognize an outstanding municipal clerk in North Carolina who has committed herself or himself to the profession in their community. And I'm proud to say that our town clerk was the clerk of the year this year and won that award. It's our very own Sue Rowland. Now, Sue not only embodies what a town clerk is, she is the heart and soul of this town. She's what keeps everything running. And I can't think of anybody that could possibly do a better job than Sue Rowland does for the town of Cary. And I am so proud and so privileged to work with you as mayor of this town. And in recognition of that, we have a proclamation that we'd like to read. If I can get my fingers to work. Recognizing Sue Rowland as the 2012 North Carolina Association of Municipal Clerks of the Year, whereas the North Carolina Association of Municipal Clerks annually honors an outstanding North Carolina clerk or deputy clerk who has made significant contributions or exhibits outstanding service in leadership, community relations, involvement in professional associations, and whose unique and innovative ideas enhance their municipality, profession, or community. whereas the town of Cary is fortunate enough to have a town clerk who exhibits the highest degree of professionalism and leadership in her demeanor and concern for Cary residents and staff, as well as for her fellow clerks, and who was nominated by her peers for the honor of being named Clerk of the Year for the North Carolina Association of Municipal Clerks. And whereas Sue Rowland was appointed as Cary Town Clerk in December of 1992 and has distinguished herself as a person of outstanding ability, establishing a high standard of integrity, and has imparted a sense of professionalism and sensitivity in her role as town clerk for the town of Cary. And whereas Sue continually demonstrates her commitment and devotion to the town of Cary, the town's staff, her community, and her professional organizations by faithfully discharging her duties as town clerk with selflessness and compassion, working to ensure that all are afforded the best possible services in a timely, equitable, and efficient manner. And whereas Sue has been and continues to be very active in North Carolina Association of Municipal Clerks, having served as district director, recording secretary, and most recently as the Program and Education Committee chair. Whereas, because of her commitment to her professionalism, involvement in her community and professional organizations, her contributions, leadership, professionalism, and innovativeness, on August 18, 2012, Cary Town Clerk Sue Rowland was awarded the high distinction of being declared Clerk of the Year for the North Carolina Association of Municipal Clerks. Now, therefore, I, Harold Weinbrecht, Jr., Mayor of the town of Cary, North Carolina, on behalf of the entire Cary Town Council, honor Town Clerk Sue Rowland, who has so graciously given up herself to the town of Cary and has been a sense of pride in her family, peers, and community by being the person of commitment and integrity and an impressive role model for us all. Furthermore, the Cary Town Council hereby personally congratulates and acknowledges Sue for her dedication, professionalism, and achievement of being named the 2012 Clerk of the Year for the North Carolina Association of Municipal Clerks, proclaimed this 23rd day of August, 2012. Congratulations, Sue.
There's no way I'll be told to about this case.
I'd like someone to make a motion, please. No more surprise additions to the agenda without the clerk first knowing about it. Thank you so much. It's just a privilege to serve the council and the Cary community every day, and I think I'm the most blessed person in the community. And in the proclamation, or actually in the mayor's words, he says he doesn't know of anybody that could do the job any better. Well, I know of three, Karen, Mary, and Cindy, and they make the clerk's office incredible. The best thing you can do is to hire people that are smarter and better looking than you are. And I think I've done that. Thank you very much.
For those of you that don't know, Sue Rowland controls just about every aspect of what we do, and to try to surprise her is extremely difficult. Almost the entire Cary Town Council drove to Winston-Salem to be a part of that award ceremony. That was the first surprise she was talking about, and the look on her face was priceless that evening. But tonight, I think she had an inkling of what we were trying to do when Lori added something to the agenda. So she knew what was coming because she's done this many, many years. And once again, thank you for all you do for us each and every day.
Yeah, and thanks to Karen Gray,
Yes.
not to name anyone in particular, but thank you for the hard work.
Yeah, Karen's the one that helps us get this done. So we're now going to follow the agenda on recognitions, reports, and presentations. We're on item C1, which is the recognition of the Websters from Markham, Canada. And Mr. Smith will handle this recognition. Mr. Smith.
John, Mary, Bill, Barbara, join you up here. Do a little impromptu here. Get you all on this side again. I don't know where. That's good. That's good. Well, it's hard to follow the recognition of Sue, but this is really a special night if you think about it. We've had the swearing in of a new council member. We've had the opening, quite a opening. I think I didn't want to tell him he might have violated our noise ordinance, but we'll keep that a secret for now. And then, of course, the special recognition for Sue. So it is quite a special day, and it is not often that we get to welcome guests to our town who are dressed in such regal apparel. But then it's not often that we get to welcome John and Mary Webster to our town. And as you all know, John has been our town crier since 2004, as well as being the town crier for our sister city in Markham, Ontario, Canada. And I think, John, you told me earlier, 25 years now?
25 years.
25 years, the town crier of Markham. And we're counting on celebrating the 25th here some days. So John, again, honored us by driving all the way down, personally driving down, just to be part of our opening ceremony at Saturday's Lazy Days Arts and Crafts Festival. And besides just spending Saturday with us at Lazy Days, they are participating in a reception tonight honoring them in our Markham sister city that's being hosted as we work. Now there's an irony here. As we work, they get to go next door to Page Walker and have a party. And they get to, we're celebrating again Markham's as our sister city, which has been well over 10 years now. And again, that is being hosted by our Sister Cities Association. And tonight, representing the Sister Cities, we have Barbara Shepard, who is the president of our Sister Cities Association, and Phil Shepard, who I think it's not a coincidence they have the same last name, and Phil, who is our actual liaison for the Canadian Sister City. So on behalf of the entire council, I'd like to welcome John and Mary and to express our council's appreciation for you taking the time to come back here and to participate with us in this year's 36th Annual Lazy Days Arts and Crafts Festival. Now, I know that John did a official town crier's opening to his worship, the mayor, and to all of us. But, you know, some people might not have had their DVR on, and I think, John, if you could somehow incorporate our recognition of Sue, I'm going to do a little impromptu here. I think we need a repeat of that opening thing. I hope you all will bear with me. And, John, I'm going to turn it over to you for a few words, and then Barbara, Phil, anything you'd like to add? Nope. John, you can't follow John. John, it's all yours, and then I'm hoping you'll get the bell, and we'll wave the noise ordinance one more time.
I'll just grab the bell here then?
Yeah. The bell.
There is one thing I have to do, though.
Oh.
Before I ring the bell, I have to take the hearing aid out of my right ear. Otherwise, my freckles fall off. Oyez, oyez, oyez. My lords, my ladies, all ye in attendance gather round. It is a well-known fact that most people, including the councilors, think the council really runs the place. But my lords and ladies, we all know that a council is run very much like a marriage. And it is Sue, the clerk, who really gets things done. God bless Sue. If I may take a few moments.
Just a few?
And I'll put my hearing aid back in again. There we are. I think maybe that's from years of ringing the bell. I don't know. Your Worship, I know I get chuckled every time I say Your Worship, but in Canada, of course, like here, we have judges which refer to as Your Honor, and we have members of Parliament and members of federal Parliament, which are the Honorable and so forth. But in Canada, while we don't honor our mayors, we worship them. And so their formal title is Your Worship. And so if I keep lapsing into a little bit of British archaicness perhaps, but I think we should call them Your Worship, don't you?
Oh, absolutely.
Your Worship, I appreciate being able to come here from Markham. Markham has changed dramatically, and since the 8 years that I've been involved here, and since the 40 years that I've lived there, or maybe a little longer. Markham has grown. It's grown to 310 people. It has
10,000 people.
What's a decimal point? Okay, 310,000 people. My uncle used to say that Markham's getting too big. He lived to 95 all his life in Markham. He says, Markham's getting too big. If it gets any bigger, if it hits a certain number, I'm going to move to Beaverton. That number that he was going to hit was 4,000, and he never did move out of Markham until a few years ago when he passed away. And part of the reason is that Markham, like Cary, is a community of people. It has grown like Topsy. It is huge. But while there are problems that brings, like traffic, there are also transit, which wasn't there before. While there are more people, we now have the base for hospitals and theaters, and we have more office buildings, but there's the tax base for more parks and so on. So there's the yin and the yang and the good and the, well, things we have to get accustomed to. But Markham has changed dramatically, and I'm proud of it. One of the things that we changed just this year on July 1st, which is Canada Day, is we changed to be a city, and we are now Canada's youngest city, until somebody else decides to be a city, and then we lose that title. But we're quite happy to be a city, but like Cary, we really spent a lot of hard thought before we did that and waited until the last possible minute, because we like to say we were big enough to be a city, but chose to remain a town, because a town is, after all, the feeling. It's the people. And that's what we have here in Cary. You know, I want to say thank you so much for appointing me as the official town crier for Cary, because as I walk around throughout the United States and in Canada, throughout the world, and I'm introduced as the town crier from Markham and the town crier from Cary, North Carolina, and all of a sudden people wake up and say, Cary, North Carolina? Cary? Where's Cary? And I say, well, you know where Raleigh is? And they say, yes. And I say, well, Raleigh's one of the suburbs. It gives me the opportunity to talk about Cary. It gives me the opportunity to talk about the fact that they're wise in the use of the resources, that they're making sure that the council is run well with the taxpayers' money. It gives me joy to realize that it's got the feeling, it's got heritage, and they worry about the heritage. And where it would be so simple to bulldoze down a building and put up a chrome and glass structure, Cary doesn't do that. And if they have to do it, there's a lot of hand-wringing and gnashing of teeth before it's done. It gives me great pride to talk about the art program that they have, that there are sculptures all over Cary, the likes of which I haven't seen anywhere else. It's a marvelous program. I've been trying to tell them that that's what they should be doing in Markham. They say, well, I don't think it'll work. I say, go down to Cary. It works. It works. To be able to have a festival that brings people from all over, I'm going to say the world, but maybe it's, what the hey, it's all over the world to come to the Lazy Days Arts Festival is marvelous. It's the best festival, and believe me, I go to a lot of festivals over the course of the year, and the best festival I've ever been to. To be able to have an arts center take over and use a historic building, not just for something institutional, but to make it into an arts center, that's something that doesn't happen everywhere. And the reason it happens is because Cary is a place, not just a name on the map, but is a place for people. And is a place where people have put their trust in the council to make sure that it stays that way. And I'd like to say thank you once again for letting me be the town crier for the town, I almost said city, for the town of Cary. I really appreciate it. Now, I have a few things that the mayor has asked me to bring down. One of them is of course the town pin, which is always, is given out to everybody. And you all may have a town pin because there's a box of them here, but your worship, on if I can present this to you on behalf of everybody else, there's a Town of Markham pin.
Can we put it on?
Certainly, absolutely.
Uh-oh, I can't get it out of the bag.
Yeah, they're childproof.
Uh-oh, that says a lot, doesn't it? Beautiful pen. I'll need help. Who wants to help?
Mary will do that.
Mary doesn't have her eyeballs on.
She doesn't have her glasses on. If you go around the room backwards, you know that she's poked you.
I
It's,
poked you.
yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
it's got a thingy. Why didn't you tell me that in the first place? Here I am trying to pin it.
Thank you
And
very
I ha-
much. I'll wear it in pride.
I have another pin that I am very proud to
Oh,
wear, which is the Canadian flag and the U.S. flag. And one of the advantages of that is that it is always a conversation starter, that somebody will say, John, why have you got the American flag? And I can talk about Cary. I can talk about the Sister City organization, because that's the grassroots organization where it's people getting together that will make our world go together and be peaceful. And once again, for those of you who would wish one of those flags, there are a whole bunch in the box there. Being that Markham is the high-tech capital, or was the high-tech capital of Canada, it's now the high-tech and biotech capital. We chose that name ourselves, so it must be correct.
Yes.
There is a DVD which shows some of the latest innovations of things that are happening.
Thank you.
And we also have a little basket here, or bag, I should say. And in there, now I kind of hesitate because I know there was a certain tea party that happened in Boston, and so bringing tea down may be a little bit awkward. But this is the Queen's Diamond Jubilee, her 50th year from ascension to the throne. And Markham has a Diamond Jubilee committee, and we actually had a tea tasting to come up with a Diamond Jubilee tea to represent the Queen of Canada, and there is a box of it in there.
Very good.
As well as the tea bags, because it is Canada, there's some maple syrup in there too. So there you go.
Thank you.
And because we are now a city, and I don't know what your ordinances are, but the mayor has told me that you may officially fly, I better have this right side up, you may officially fly the flag of the city of Markham. And when you do, there will be a lot of people very jealous because most of our town facilities haven't got their flag yet. So there you are, I'd like to give that to you.
Thank you
And as
so
well,
much.
the mayor has sent down
loaded
his
down
greetings.
here.
Yeah, loaded, well, you know, a red suit, white beard coming from the north. Santa's my nephew. It's a family resemblance. I have here a message from Mayor Frank Scarpetti. On behalf of the members of council in the city of Markham, I am pleased to extend our congratulations to the Cary Town Council and all the residents as you celebrate the 36th Lazy Day Arts and Crafts Festival. We are very proud of the shared community relationship that we have enjoyed with Cary, North Carolina, over the past 11 years since we established our sister city relationship, and we look forward to continuing to further grow our friendship and opportunities. I am quite sure that Cary, like Markham, has many wonderful and exciting innovations underway. In fact, Markham, already Canada's largest and most diversified community, was officially designated as Canada's newest city on July the 1st of this year. I hereby extend a warm welcome to Mayor Harold Weinbreck and all Cary Council, to all the Cary residents to consider visiting Markham and your, you know, when you get older, things happen. I'm going to put some glasses on.
Oh, that's okay.
There we go. Oh, you look better.
That's good.
I hereby extend a warm welcome to Mayor Harold Weinbreck, to all Cary Council and to all Cary residents to consider visiting Markham for your personal or business travel. We are an amazing community with an abundance of business opportunities, and our calendar brims with over 200 festivals and events and celebrations. I am always delighted to catch up on Cary, North Carolina's development. I am sincerely disappointed that I am unable to join your Lazy Day Festival, which I understand has been selected as the top 20 August event by the Southeastern Tourism Society. I have asked the City of Markham to be represented at your festival by John Webster, the official town crier for both Markham and Cary, and another shared bond for our communities. Please accept our well wishes from myself and all Markham Council on this very enjoyable and successful festival. And it's signed and sealed, His Worship, Frank Scarpetti. So
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. And please send our best wishes and our thanks to the mayor, and I hope to get up to Markham very soon.
Good. I will tell them to put the teapot on.
Put the teapot on, and we'll have to come up there.
We boil the water first.
Oh, okay. But I do want to welcome you back to Cary, and thank you so much for keeping our relationship, our sister city relationship with Markham so strong. And I think you're a big key component of that, as well as the sister cities for all they do to keep this relationship strong. It's very important to the town of Cary, and I assume it's very important to the city of Markham yes, as well. So thank you all very much for being here, and thank you so much for these gifts. And please send our thanks to the mayor.
I will do that.
All right.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we're going over to the celebration of the sister cities over there, which ye are all invited, nay, commanded to attend. And Ed, since you've been very much involved in the sister city, perhaps you'd like to move for adjournment, and you can just, you don't think that'll work?
That would be out of order, Ed.
Get a second, but
Yes, you would.
Thanks again. Thank you. Look forward to seeing you at Lazy Days.
We will be there.
Okay, we now move to our second item. That's item C2. Mr. Hilcara of the Triangle Sports Commission will present the Olympic Table Tennis Trials banner. And I've recently learned that new council member Yerha is an avid table tennis fan and former player. We'll have to get him back to playing. So he's going to accept this banner on behalf of the Cary Town Council.
All right, Mr. Mayor. I'm Hilcara. I serve as the volunteer CEO of the Triangle Sports Commission, which is an all-volunteer 501c3 charitable nonprofit charged with promoting amateur and Olympic sports in our Triangle region. And I'm here this evening primarily to really extend our thanks and appreciation to the city and extol the partnership that we had with the town for the recent U.S. Olympic trials and North American Olympic trials in table tennis that took place in February and April, respectively. We want to, in particular, thank Doug McCraney and his wonderful staff. The point person for the project for the town of Cary was Dwayne Jones. He was supported by Sam Trogdon and Linda Smith. Mike Babouin, who is not only heads Cary Table Tennis Association, but is also a longtime town employee as well, and a whole team from Public Works and on and on. The Bond Park Community Center staff. It was an unbelievable and really fantastic team effort as they hosted not only the best players from across the United States for the U.S. trials, but then the best players in all of North America, particularly Canada and the U.S. For the North American trials. So we're here to present you with one of the official street banners. I actually have them in both colors that were proudly displayed throughout Cary. And we're presenting this to Councilman Yerha, delighted that he is a table tennis fan. And if he would be so inclined, Cary did such a good job on those two events that they were later awarded the North American Table Tennis Championships, which will be held over Labor Day weekend coming up back at Bond Park. Dwayne is heading that up again, and we're all in his support, and we'll be glad to get this autograph by some of our recent Olympians who competed both for Canada and the U.S., who will be competing in that, and we'll be delighted to have those autographed and provided to the council if you would so desire.
that would be wonderful. That would be wonderful. Thank you so much for this. We'll make sure we display this properly. And we want to thank you, Hill, and your whole organization for all you do for amateur sports and Olympic sports throughout the Triangle. We're especially happy that Cary has been able to take such an active role in support of in that arena. Table tennis especially. I don't know how many people have seen in person a real high-level competitive table tennis match. It's something that doesn't translate well on television, which is probably why we have Monday Night Football instead of Monday Night Table Tennis, I guess. But in person, it is amazing to see the speed and agility of those athletes and the perspective you can get on for both sides of the table when you see it live. So I really encourage people to come out next weekend to Bond Park, North American Championships in little old Bond Park. You know, that's just a wonderful thing, and we're so proud of that. So thank you so much, and we'll take good care of this. Keep up the good work.
All right. Thank you so very much. Mr. Mayor, if I might, I'm going to ask your indulgence for one other second for something that directly ties into this presentation. All right. I don't know if I feel like everybody on council probably noticed that earlier this week, Cary was again recognized for being one of the finest communities in which to live in the United States. But the milestone I wanted to point out about this article was, you know, of course it cites, you know, Cary's weather, accommodations for bicyclists, proximity to RFTP, et cetera, et cetera. But it mentions the USA Baseball National Training Complex. And why I want to say something about this is that was actually the very first project that the Triangle Sports Commission worked on. We worked very closely with the mayor, who was instrumental in helping us, Councilman Smith, Councilman Robinson, the city manager, Ben Shiver, former town manager, Bill Coleman, whose name adorns the facility now, of course, Mary Henderson and her staff. And, you know, now, after all these years, we get to see how important something like that is. And I want to give you a bit of perspective on that. 25 years ago, we hosted in this area the biggest event that still to this day has ever been in North Carolina, called the U.S. Olympic Festival. We're going to celebrate the 25th anniversary of that the last weekend of September at the Embassy Suites right here in Cary, together with honoring all our Olympians from 2012 across North Carolina at the same time. Now, why that's important, that event had 34 sports, all the Summer Olympic Games, Pan American Games sports, plus winter sports. And Cary in those days could only really accommodate one sport. We held archery here. All right, now, fast forward through, you know, a lot of those same people, the Cary at that time, the leadership was somewhat, they were excited about the archery, but disappointed that they couldn't do more. All right, so a number of us got together and said, what can we do to kind of further build our region? Because this is a very positive thing with a large economic impact, the national TV coverage that came from that event, and how we could kind of extend that into the future. So many of the same leaders who are involved with the Triangle Sports Commission and our sponsors today continued through to work with the town and other area locales, but really Cary rose to the forefront in all that. We were the leadership of helping garner the funds that originally funded what's now Wake Med Soccer Park. Obviously, USA Baseball is a tremendous success story. And that same group really worked for a long time together with the council on aquatics. And while that didn't happen for the town, the really neat thing about that, the $10 million that we did get committed for that is now, right now, expanding Wake Med Soccer Park. It's soon to enhance Cary Tennis Park. And then in the future, it will also build upon what's at USA Baseball. So it's been a long time coming, but now you see that it's really coming to fruition. Cary has a tremendous amount to be very proud of. You know, the table tennis is one component, but there's now so many components, from soccer and lacrosse to cross country and everything, where Cary has become really a hub for Olympic and amateur sports. We're really proud to have been a part of that, but you know, it's on the shoulders of the staff and the town that have taken such a great leadership position, and we look forward to many more exciting years to come and many more exciting projects, and I think you'll just continue to see things bloom, and we'll eventually put Markham to shame. So thanks very much for letting us be here and be a part of all this.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Caro, and thank you for the Triangle Sports Commission for your dedication, your commitment in helping Cary become one of the amateur sports mecca of the United States. So we really appreciate all you do. Thank you.
It was our pleasure. Thank you.
We're now at agenda item C3, and Mr. Shiver will now present the manager's operational update. Mr. Shiver.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to give a
a little bit of attention to 3 items, draw your attention to a 4th. The first of these is actually an operating budget update, but we will not use the nice graph that we normally do. But there's some important things that I would like to share with council and our citizens about the progress of sales tax receipts and a few other things. Now, to make sure everyone understands, the reason we don't do the nice graph this time each year is because we're just beginning a fiscal year. So we really don't have much information about the new fiscal year until later in the year, around October or November. So what I'm reporting on are figures, sales tax figures and other items that are called receivables or will be counted in what really was last year's budget that ended June 30th. And because those revenues come in a little slower, that's why it takes a number of months for the audit team to look at the budget, the results of the budget, prepare that report, and you won't see that report until probably November or December of this year. So this will be a part of that report and goes into last fiscal year, but worthy of reporting because the strong May results came in on sales tax, which has lifted our year-end margin estimate from $1.43 million to $1.6 million, or about 7.7% better than what we originally budgeted. That's significant because the sales tax is the second largest source of income for the Cary budget, as it is for most municipal budgets. Second only to the property tax, but even so, it accounts for approximately anywhere from 20 to 25% of the budget. So while that's very strong, it's a little bit countered by the ad valorem tax, which is continuing to come in very slow. So we don't have a great deal of improvement there, and we don't expect a great deal at this point, or even for the coming year. And that sort of mirrors or gives a snapshot of how we're experiencing this particular economy where the retail sales, public spending seems to be somewhat high, but other factors, building and development, still continue to be very slow. I would like to point out that building and permit fee revenue has continued to finish strong, despite some of the comments that I made. And I think council and the public needs to understand that building permits typically don't show up in the ad valorem tax base for usually another 2 years. So there's some lag time by the time we issue permits. We usually don't have those things, may have a time period before they're built and on the ground, and then they has to catch a certain time frame or a schedule for it to be counted in the tax roll. So that comes typically anywhere from 1.5 years to 2 years later. Nevertheless, the building and permit fee revenue, just for the permit fee, not the ad valorem tax piece, has increased, and that category is up about $60,000 more than we anticipated in the estimated budget for last year, which represents about 5.6%, and the total amount of that we're looking to finish the year at about $3.2 million. So those two factors and a few others that I won't go into tells us that the operating margin estimate has approved another $290,000 to approximately $2.7 million, or another 2.3% increase. So while I want to be cautious about whether that really shows a trend, it is still good news. We're still waiting to see the results of the June sales tax. That will be yet another revenue source that will be counted back into last year's budget. And the closing process, as I mentioned, is underway, and the comprehensive financial report results, I believe, is planned for the December 13 council meeting. So I think that was important to bring that to your attention. It will be some time before we actually have our chart up, and just wanted to update council that the news still is fairly positive in that regard. I would also like to add just a couple other bits of information about single-family permits. That's usually the barometer we look at in terms of building in our community. We issued in July 130 new single-family permits. and that was about over 100%. We more than doubled what we did in the same period last year. There were 58. So again, as I've mentioned before, I'm not sure we can count that as a trend. I think there's some indications that builders, developers, other private individuals interested in building may be wanting to do things in this fiscal year as opposed to waiting to the next year. Given that there's a presidential election, there's a lot of things, I think, at the national level that might be impacting that. So we'll have to wait to see whether this really establishes a trend. But it is significant at 130, and Cary led Wake County in the month of July. In fact, issued more permits than the city of Raleigh did. So I think that is significant and worth your attention. I would also like to point out something I think we're all looking forward to is the theater project bids will be open this Tuesday. So I think we're all excited about seeing how that comes in. As council will recall, the theater, when I use the term theater project, it encompasses the old theater building, the new building adjacent to it that council authorized as really an expansion of the theater. Also the streetscape that will be in front of the theater will kind of set the tone for what we do in downtown. And there will be, at this point, some additional improvements to the intersection of Chatham and Academy, but not all of the improvements. We'll be looking at more improvements to that intersection and other road improvements a little further down the road. The last thing, Mayor, I would like to point out is your second quarter report to council, which gives you a lot of information about a number of projects, for example, including Aquastar, project we have just essentially completed, has been implemented. I think the thing we're kind of excited about with that program is the software that will be developed by the end of the year that will show on our website. So it'll give our customers a great tool to be able to manage their water usage. The Aquastar program, other information about downtown transit, and just a whole host of projects in a fair amount of detail. So I would encourage all of council to take a look at that report. And with that, Mayor, that concludes my report.
Very good. Thank you very much. We'll now move to item D, which is Public Speaks Out. The next two items, Public Speaks Out and Public Hearings, are item D and E, and they have included instructions for speaking at the forums on the printed agendas. So if you would like to speak, please take a seat in the rows to my right that are shown as reserved and follow the instructions on the agenda. Public Speaks Out speakers have up to 3 minutes for their comments, and speakers may speak on any topic that is not listed under public hearings, which is item E on the agenda. And I'll have to enforce the 3-minute time limit to be fair to all of our speakers. On the podium, which is lit up now or highlighted now, there's a timer, and it will be green for the first 2.5 minutes. Then it will turn yellow for the last 30 seconds. And then when it starts flashing red, I will interrupt you and ask you to conclude your comments. And I'll thank you in advance for adhering to our speaking guidelines. I'll now open up Public Speaks Out and invite the first speaker for Public Speaks Out to the podium at this time.
Council, how you doing? I appreciate the time that you afford the citizens to address you all. Congratulations to you, too, Mr. Yerha. And of course to you, too, Sue. And I have to say, one of the things, I'm a former Marine, and one of the things...
Could you give us your name?
I'm sorry, Eric Sanchez.
Thank you.
I just assume we're all friends here, that you all know that. I understand. But I wanted to say, as a former Marine, one of the things that I always appreciate is attention to detail. And I don't know if some of you noticed it or not, but after the gifts were presented, Ms. Rowland goes outside and respectfully folded the flag and rolled up the standard, and I appreciated that, and I thank her for her attention to detail. I really want to say how much I appreciate the spirit that the city has addressed the Carpenter Park issue. We had a very productive meeting with the staff. It was, I can't tell you how refreshing it was. We feel tremendously more optimistic about the issue. I've circulated a handout which illustrates the site, as well as several parks that have been built since 2000, and most notably the Western Regional Library, which also exists or resides on Lewis Stevens, which has dual access from Lewis Stevens. This is what we ask for the Carpenter Park site plan. One of the things that we are concerned about is safety. That is a concern of likely everybody in this room, certainly the council. And it seems to us that the concern of safety with regard to a vehicle-to-vehicle impact on Lewis Stevens is less significant than the danger of a vehicle-to-pedestrian impact that would exist on Carpenter Town Lane. One of the, my other job, aside from advocating for Carpenter Park, is that I work at a large personal injury firm, the law office of James Scott Faring. And I have an enviable job of reviewing traffic accidents daily, perhaps more so than even some in the city might. And I see firsthand the dangers of these accidents. Indeed, the UNC Highway Safety Research Center reports that an average of 368 individuals are killed or seriously injured in North Carolina every year. Some on the council, perhaps all, have been at Carpenter Village and seen the high level of pedestrian traffic we have on Carpenter Town Lane. More alarming is that 50% of those accidents occur near driveways. It simply makes no sense for there to be a driveway access point at Carpenter Town Lane. We appreciate, and I cannot say this enough, not lip service, we genuinely appreciate the spirit of the staff, Mr. McRaney, Ms. Cove. They really are trying. We recognize it. We appreciate it. We ask for serious consideration that there be no entry into the Carpenter Village subdivision, that you work to get dual access from the Lewis Stevens access points. And I, too, have another engagement. Green Hope is playing Leesville, and I need to get to it. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, council members. My name is Orly Resnick. I'm here to just give a very brief update on the ongoing discussions between the developer for the Carpenter property and the 25 Waycroft residents that filed a protest petition. There was a public hearing that was held for this application on August 9th. The very next day, Waycroft representatives met with the developer and representatives for the landowners. Together, we came up with a compromise that we're excited about, and we are cautiously optimistic that it will produce positive results for everyone involved. I use the words cautiously optimistic because there are two issues that still need to be worked out. The first concerns timing, and the second concerns annexation. Without going into too much detail, this compromise that we came up with requires the preparation of many documents, the terms of which everyone involved must agree to. To date, Waycroft has not received any of these documents or been told when we can expect to receive them. Our concern is that we might not have a fair opportunity to review these documents that are really critical to the success of this compromise. Right now, the Planning and Zoning Board hearing is scheduled for September 10th, with the council vote on October 11th. We are just hoping that the developer, L-Star, gives each of the 25 homeowners a fair opportunity to review these documents. You may recall that we received a copy of a private agreement we asked for in February on the day of the July public hearing. We're concerned that this could happen again. The second issue concerns annexation. As many of you may recall from the public hearing, this property is in Cary's ETJ, so it's outside of Cary's police jurisdiction. The applicant has not yet submitted an annexation application because the landowners do not want to incur unnecessary tax expenses, which we completely agree with and understand. Our concern about annexation is solely one for safety after the rezoning is approved and the property is vacant. Once the rezoning is approved, the landowners will vacate the property, and there's a concern that this large 21-acre undeveloped parcel will now be vacant and outside of Cary's police jurisdiction. The applicant has verbally expressed their intent to move forward with this project quickly. However, in business, unexpected delays do occur. Without a written commitment on annexation, there is the potential that this property could sit vacant and undeveloped for many months, even years. This is a great safety concern to the Waycroft residents and something that we're still working with the developer on. I can't stress enough how sincere we are in our efforts to work with the developer. We've been working with this developer since February, and they've always been quick with their words to agree, but slow to action in terms of putting things in writing. Since the developer has no intention of building even a single house in this neighborhood, it is very important that we have everything in writing. Thank you very much for your time. Once again, we are excited about this compromise that we came up with. We're cautiously optimistic and hope that when this comes before you for a vote, we've successfully executed this compromise. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council. My name is Adelangela Fumagalli. Tonight you vote on my request to rezoning my property. We have been working on a development plan since 2007. The land use for this property was approved in 2008 for medium-density residential. We have met with the neighbors at least 6 times in the past couple of years. Not all the neighbors attend our meetings. Only 4 attended the last meeting. We have often been surprised by new zoning conditions being suggested by them after the public hearings. Often, suggestions are sent to town staff and town council, not even presented to us directly. We have started with 3 conditions. To address the neighbors' concerns, we now have 12 conditions. Recently, we heard that some neighbors wanted conditions related to road improvement and BMP. And that they would only remove their protest petitions if we agreed to add conditions related to these issues. These are site plan issues, and we understand that we must follow land development ordinance. We are pleased to hear that one of the neighbors withdrew a protest. However, we feel that many neighbors have used their power with the protest petitions to stop our ability to develop the property, abusing the system which was created to protect them against bad developers and bad projects, which proven by our 12 conditions and countless meetings with them, we're not that case. I ask the Council to please realize that what is being proposed is an appropriate land use and appropriate product type, especially since we're located between high and small density. Our conditions ensure quality project and protects the adjacent properties. For example, we have limited the density, we have offered buffers and open space that exceed the LDO standards, and we have offered a high-quality product. My father and I have respected the rights of the adjacent property owners and have attempted to work with them for the past 5 years. We created conditions that met each of their concerns. They're applicable to this step of the process, ensuring a quality project for all in the community. And we ask now that our rights as property owners be respected and for you to support this project. Finally, I would like to point out that each and all of the neighbors' concerns, such as traffic, school, house values, buffers, crime, lack of open space, parks, birds, have been met through staff reports, independent reports, our 12 conditions, or are not applicable to this type of project or stage in this process. Therefore, I ask you to weed out the false, not applicable, and already met concerns before voting tonight. Thank you for your time. And I'll point out that the lady that was just here, she's a resident, a neighbor, that she's willing to work with the developers, and developers are not being fast enough. We have been fast to give everything to the neighbors, and we have met everything, and they're not the ones that are coming back to us, only to you guys with concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Town Council members. My name is Jean Olderman. Based on the documentation which I submitted to the Cary Town Council on July 26, which clearly demonstrates the unsubstantiated basis of the condemnation resolution, I respectfully request that the representatives of the Town Council make a motion to reconsider and reverse the approval of the condemnation resolution initiated against me. I additionally request that the Town Council notify me with their response by 12 noon tomorrow, Friday, August 24th, due to the time constraint of the subsequent notice of intent. While I appreciate the recent apology of a town council member on behalf of themselves and the entire Cary Town Council for this whole situation, and that everybody feels very badly about it, the representatives of this council are required to offer more than an apology. It is your responsibility and obligation to rectify this unjust decision, which was based upon an unjust process and an unjust, false, and misrepresentative condemnation resolution proposal. A proposal which the town manager deemed non-controversial and placed on the consent agenda without appropriate prior review through the Planning and Development and/or the Operations Committee. I am currently revising the correspondence timeline to include all information documented during this 5-month process and will submit my final report to the council upon completion. A process which for the first 3.5 months was devoid of any meaningful discussion, dialogue, and/or respect for the citizens' concerns regarding the safety of her home by the Town of Cary Department of Engineering. Following this long period of disregard in response to the citizens' repeated requests to work in partnership with the Town of Cary, the Department of Engineering issued a threat of condemnation, a threat which was subsequently reissued by the town manager following yet another request to objectively assess the safety of the construction to the citizen's home. And finally, the town council then rendered their decision based only upon TOC staff information, which was advanced by the mayor and failed to include any information from the citizen aside from 3 minutes allotted during Public Speaks Out. When information is so highly filtered that it excludes known concerns of a citizen, it results in jeopardizing the balance of power of the council manager form of government and leads to less informed decision-making, potentially precipitous outcomes, and disempowered citizenry. Therefore, this entire process has lacked due process, which is mandated by the United States Constitution when government initiates taking private property for public use. In addition, the Town Council has thoroughly violated the Town of Cary's Code of Ethics as outlined in Policy Statement 164 and as required by North Carolina General Statutes 160A86, and in doing so, the Cary Town Council has failed to fully meet the requirements of the statute. You have each taken an oath and pledged to support and maintain the Constitution and the laws of the United States and the Constitution and the laws of North Carolina.
Your time has expired. I'm sorry. I invite the next speaker forward, please.
Good evening. My name is Vicki Church. My home is in Holly Springs, but I'm currently residing here in Cary in one of your extended care facilities, the extended hotel, because my home's under reconstruction. But I might as well be a Cary resident because I eat here, I shop here, I attend church here. I'm a grandmother of 4, and 2 of my 4 children live in Cary. My daughter lives in Cary, and her husband lives in Cary. So what happens here in Cary personally impacts me. I am here to support Ms. Alderman's request, asking you to reconsider your action on July 26th council meeting, approving a condemnation action on her property. And I'm also here to comment on the process by which we reached this point. I have known Ms. Alderman for approximately 30 years, first as a colleague at the Governor's Crime Commission, and later as dear friends. I know her to be a person of the utmost integrity and passionate in her belief in America's principle of democracy, that we are a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. At the core of that very principle is the value of citizens in the selection of their various leaders, as well as leaders being responsive to citizens and encouraging their involvement. I have watched her exercise that belief in her various roles with state government by involving all stakeholders in open discussion to improve the process of decision-making as well as to improve the outcomes. Imagine, if you will, her astonishment when she expected no less from her town. Instead, she watched opportunities for partnership be ignored and, in fact, was only given the unilateral response of condemnation. For over 5 months, she has been asking the town to be in partnership with her to help assure that her home will not be further damaged by multiple projects that crisscross her land. What she has received, though, is the repeated message again of condemnation, first from the staff, then from the town manager, and by your actions, finally by you. She's supportive of these projects that will be crossing her land at the multiple points and has even suggested another project which could also help. She's been asking for a long time now that the town give them help with the flooding problem in her development. I've seen personally the results of the numerous washouts on her property, flooding so bad that it was unsafe to park on the street and unsafe to move cars from their driveways. Could go on a lot more about that, but I just want to kind of skip to what I don't understand is where we are in the process. By your words on your websites, I have learned this. You believe in stakeholders, you believe in trust, you believe in principled leadership, you believe in open ear and an open mind, listening to others, and consensus. And the interests of Cary citizens are always put first.
Ms. Church, I'm sorry. Your time is expired.
I encourage you to dialogue with her. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is John Dolan. I'm also here in support of Ms. Alderman's request. I'm sorry? I'm here to address another issue that wasn't mentioned previously, and that's the fact that Ms. Alderman, in going through this process, has tried to consult with a number of individuals, engineers, attorneys, the School of Government in Chapel Hill, et cetera, and in every case, she's been either not responded to or denied any intercourse with these people because they all contract with the town of Cary. So the question remains of, if you're a citizen of Cary, or any town for that matter, that contracts out, where does one seek an objective viewpoint regarding issues that involve the town if everybody you're consulting contracts with the town of Cary and states a conflict of interest which doesn't lead the citizen who's concerned to any sense of resolution or assistance in gaining objective opinions about the circumstance? And that's my main point to make about this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker for Public Speaks Out, please.
Good evening, Council. I'm here for a slightly different topic and not about annexation. I'm here to represent HumSub, which is an Indian organization supported by the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources. Could you tell everyone your name,
please?
Oh, sorry. I am Sonali Lunia. I'm representing HumSub here. We are one of the organizations which is supported by PRCR division of Town of Cary. And we are very thankful to the town for having the Cultural Arts Center. We have been using that facility quite a lot. And along with that, you probably are also aware that we organize one of the biggest events in town held at the amphitheater, Cary Diwali, in October. In certain years, we have reached the maximum capacity, but the attendance has reached the maximum capacity of the amphitheater since we get more than 12,000 people to attend that event in a day. Of course, we would like to have a different facility or a bigger facility so that we can accommodate and more people and as we grow, or an alternate facility for adverse weather conditions. But our bigger need is to have a bigger theater for our spring event, which is Basant Bahar. It is attended by more than 400 attendees, and last year we hosted it at Cary Arts Center. Of course, it was a pleasure to work with the town of Cary staff. It was great to get their facility reserved on time, but the facility is a little too small for us. As we grow, we would like to have a bigger theater available in the area to host our events. That would be our facilities needs. Along with that, also we have found, we've been in existence for about 12 years now, also we found that the funding for the existing organizations is going down, as in the funding from, or the support from the town is going down, since more and more organizations are being supported by the town. So we would urge the town to consider adding more money to the pot to support these organizations as they continue to sustain themselves and as they continue to grow, as more organizations are being added. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, for Public Speaks Out.
Good evening. My name's Larry Speakman. I'm a resident of Cary. I've been a resident of Cary for the past 23 years. I'm the conductor, artistic director, and co-founder of the Concert Singers of Cary. We are about to enter our 22nd season, and we just put together a great brochure that we'll be getting out to you about our activities and whatnot for this season. For those that don't know much about the Concert Singers, we've been based in Cary from the beginning of our existence, but we're seen throughout the Triangle, in many ways better known outside the Triangle, because we performed in venues such as Mandy Hall, Carolina Theater, Memorial Hall. Thanks to the completion of the Cary Arts Center, we now have a stage here in town so that we can change that and have the town of Cary residents be as aware of us as many people are in the other communities. I want to congratulate you for the establishment of that Arts Center. It's a wonderful addition to our community. It is already bursting at the seams, and what I would like to say tonight is that I would like very much for you to consider essential the things that are in the master plan that are ahead of us, including the large theater. We certainly will make use of that, and we think that this can be a tremendous economic engine for Cary, and we urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker for Public Speaks Out. Anyone else for Public Speaks Out? Seeing no one, I'll close Public Speaks Out, and we'll now move to public hearings. Public hearings have the same rules as Public Speaks Out with one exception. Instead of 3 minutes, you now get 5 minutes. And instead of 2.5 minutes, the light will start flashing yellow at 4.5 minutes. And at 5 minutes, I will interrupt you and ask you to conclude your comments. We're at agenda item E1, which is a public hearing on the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Master Plan. And we're going to hear a report from our staff. We'll conduct a public hearing. And we're not taking action on this item tonight. Instead, we're going to refer it to our Planning and Zoning Board for their recommendation. This time, I'll recognize the Public Arts Director, Mr. McRaney, who will present this item. Mr. McRaney.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. This is a public hearing for the update of the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Master Plan. This plan and effort is important because it provides a framework for decision-making for the next 5 to 10 years. And while the overall intent of the plan is to maintain the high quality of the town's parks and recreation facilities, and even our reputation as a regional and national leader in parks and recreation, the plan has also been designed to be flexible and responsible to the town's changing demographics, emerging trends, and evolving priorities. The process has been a 15-month process. I was going to say grueling, but it's been a good process. It has involved a considerable amount of input. We had a great deal of focus group meetings a year ago. The process included 3 public meetings, a number, or I'll say 2 council work sessions, along with a number of advisory board and committee meetings that are within the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resource Department. It also included a 5,000 mail-in survey that we submitted. In all, over 2,000 people took part in the process. And as a lead up to this public hearing, the plan was presented to and reviewed by the committees within the department, including the Athletics, Cultural Arts, and Greenway Committee, and the plan was recommended for approval by the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Advisory Board at its August 2012 meeting. The plan recommendations are organized under 5 major areas: parks and open space, greenways, community and special use facilities, programs, and what we call best management practices. I would just like to briefly go over these. Parks and open space, the town has done an exemplary job in open space protection. To date, or at least since 1998, the town has spent over $47 million and acquired over 1,400 acres. This includes over 10 future park sites. But despite this, the town continues to grow and develop, and additional funding is going to be needed or is recommended to be provided for additional acquisition in the near future. In particular, for new parkland, it is recommended, the plan recommends that new parkland be, or the priority would be in the northeast of the town along with the south. While we acquire that land, the plan also recommends we also have to actively manage it. And so there are recommendations related to that and for the future. There are also recommendations for additional green space, open space in downtown Cary. And as you know, within the community investment bond issue coming up, it does include potential funding for a downtown park. The plan recommends that a number of parks be developed in the near future, and these include Carpenter Park, Mills Park, Bartley Park, and again, I'm repeating myself, but a new park in the downtown Cary. Again, these parks are also within the bond package that will be in the fall here. In the future, total recommended are 10 additional neighborhood parks, 5 community parks, and 9 school parks. The plan also includes, in addition to the numbers of parks, we looked at future facilities. During the process, we received a number of comments related to soccer fields, ball fields, tennis courts. The plan has looked at that and made recommendations for those. We would like to cut down on the driving between the west and the south, try to provide additional multi-purpose fields, particularly out west. The plan also includes recommendations for additional tennis courts. The tennis park has been an incredible success. And what the plan is to create the tennis park as a central hub and then have a satellite of courts around that for the future. And so there's recommendations for that. Additional ball fields are recommended. And then within the parks themselves, we've tried to respond to a number of the requests we've received during this process for unique or different facilities like additional community gardens. I shouldn't say additional because we don't have any yet, but community gardens, dog parks, another 1 to 2 disc golf courses, and then spray grounds too. Greenways plan, adding new trails and expanding the greenway system was rated as the top future funding priority across all infrastructure investment types. 89% of the respondents of our survey indicated that town's greenways and trails were the most important of the current programs and facilities within our household. Also of importance are trail maintenance. The public very much wants us to take care of what we currently have. Loop trails within parks, and then trailheads, including parking, water, restrooms, and then signage. They like to know where the trails are so they get to them and use them. One of the unique features of the plan for this particular version is, we have proposed over 200 miles of trails within the town. If you look at it, it looks like spaghetti. And what we've done is begun to prioritize and begin to, we've pulled out or what we call primary corridors. So now we have a prioritized north-south, east-west, and we've begun to basically kind of make more sense for those. Those will act as kind of a priority in the near future as we begin to seek and develop all these trails. And they were designed to link up all the major features within the region. American Tobacco Trail, Umstead State Park, RTP. again, linking from north to south, east to west. And one of the requests we get anymore is people used to want to connect up within their neighborhood, then they want to get to the park. Well, then now they want to get to the adjacent community. They live in Cary, they want to go to Raleigh. And so again, this plan the Greenway plan has tried to do that by, again, naming these primary corridors. Programs, top programs that the public indicated, at least in the survey, were special events and festivals, fitness and wellness programs, children youth activities, co-ed recreational adult sports, teen activities, and senior activities. Programs where lower needs were being met included therapeutic recreation, specialized programs, what we define as inclusion services, and then swimming programs, learn to swim. And so the plan includes recommendations to increase the diversity and variety of those at the community centers, again, emphasizing fitness and wellness, cultural arts, adult senior programming, and environmental education. And then, again, and this is something that was discussed during the budget, but consider implementation of a specialized recreation plan for people with disabilities. Community and special use facilities. These include community centers, cultural, historical facilities, our sports venues, and then what we call other, which might be the nature center or skate carry. In terms of community centers, the top four priorities that the public has indicated they would like for indoor facilities include leisure aquatics, indoor running track, fitness swimming, environmental instruction. And 52% of respondents prefer larger centers over smaller centers. Now, in the 2003 plan, we had recommended, or the plan had recommended, 6 community centers. That's been reduced down to 3. We're recommending 2 to 3 centers, and they would be larger scale. And of course, these will be brought back to council in the future, given their costs, for further discussion, review, and decide how to best to do that. The plan also recommends expanding our existing community centers, particularly Herb Young, where there's a potential to add additional gym or running track in the future. Cultural historical resources. You've heard a number of citizens tonight talk about the Cary Art Center. It's been wildly popular. We're averaging $10,000 a month, but despite that, there's still a need for additional rehearsal space, performance space, storage, exhibition space. And so, again, recommendations are in the plan for that for the future. One of the ways we would like to achieve that is when we develop future community centers, these kind of multi-generational centers, they will include, it's recommended that they would include cultural arts facilities. So that, again, you have the Cary Arts Center downtown, you begin to have these satellite facilities that the center can then support to the west or to the south. In terms of historic properties, the town currently owns 11, and the plan recommends essentially beginning to implement the recommendations from the Historic Preservation Plan and the need for a strategic plan for how best we can begin to preserve and renovate those existing facilities that we currently own. And for the sports venues, Mr. Caro is here. The major recommendations for those are to go ahead and complete the projects that are currently being funded by the hotel occupancy funding for those. And again, that's for the Cary Tennis Park, for the USA Baseball, and for Wake Med Soccer Park. Best management practices. One of the surprising findings from the survey that came out from that was that 43% of the respondents indicated that they did not know about our programs or our facilities. And so we are going to have to, in the next few years, be a little more strategic with our marketing and our communication effort to expand the understanding and the knowledge of our programs. We're also going to have to be more aggressive in our revenue generation opportunities in terms of our rentals and concessions, and look for alternative funding, particularly in areas like sponsorships and grants. I think we've done a good job with the grants, but we need to be, shortly we'll be implementing our sponsorship plan. We also want to begin to use more sustainable site planning approaches as we develop our parks and greenways. And lastly, we've done a good job of this. We need to continue it, and that is to continue our partnerships for the use of our school facilities. Our final schedule for review is, of course, we're having the public hearing tonight, and then on October 1st, we will have a work session with Planning and Zoning. The actual hearing with the Planning and Zoning Board will be the 15th, and then we're proposing a work session with Council where we can get a little bit into more detail, particularly with some of these larger facilities, have a more robust discussion on November 13th. I did want to end, before I finish up my comments, as we were wrapping this up, this past summer there's been a couple of work sessions and discussions regarding the community plan, which the Planning Department is now about to kick off. And I just wanted public to state that there was a lot of, I think, some consideration that given how unique that planning effort is going to be in terms of including, ultimately including all the chapters in the comprehensive plan, including the parks plan, that it was decided not to include the parks plan because essentially we're almost finished. Now, having said that, we'll be working very closely with the Planning Department, and we'll include, to whatever extent we can, recommendations or goals of our plan into the community plan, so that we'll be ready for when it gets updated. The structure will be there, for us when we do our plan too in the future. Staff recommendation: conduct the public hearing and refer the master plan update to the Planning and Zoning Board. And I'm finished with my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. McMraney. This time I'll open up the public hearing for the Parks Master Plan. If you would like to speak on this plan, please come forward.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this plan. My name is David Schaus, and for most of the past 40 years, I've been a resident of the Greater Triangle region. Lived both in Raleigh and Apex, and now in the town of Cary, and very pleased to be here. I would like to thank Mr. McRaney and his staff, the consultant team, and all the citizens that provided input into the formation of this draft plan over the past 15 to 18 months. I would like to propose your support as we go through the process of adoption. I think it's a great plan. I would also like to urge you to have the courage to accept the capital costs that are identified in this plan and to recognize that there will be operating costs once the capital costs are put into play. I understand that there's a good possibility, in fact, a very real possibility, that my taxes will go up as this plan is implemented, facilities get on the ground, and they're programmed, and I have the opportunity to enjoy them. But I fully recognize that the cost to do that is going to have a direct return on the investment that I think will result in a higher quality of life that this town and region enjoys, literally statewide and countrywide. I do have one comment that I think can be considered as the adoption goes forward on this plan and the implementation. My family greatly enjoys the Scottish Hills neighborhood and access to the sidewalks and the trails and the bicycle facilities in our neighborhood and across town. Currently, those facilities are provided and looked after by different departments within the town. In past years, efforts at pedestrian and bicycle planning have greatly benefited from ad hoc stakeholder advisory committees as those plans have been put together. I think that you would recognize a very strong citizen support for the greenway element of this master plan, and I would encourage you to not necessarily rest on your laurels as being a great bicycling and fit community, but to consider the possibility that a body that would continue the opportunity for public engagement throughout trails, sidewalks, and bicycle facilities might benefit from a full-time bicycle and pedestrian advisory committee. Not directly related to this particular project, but I think in going forward, it is something that the town and the citizens might benefit from. Again, I thank you very much for your support of this plan, the staff, consultants, and my fellow citizens for their efforts in putting the plan together. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Meg Ketron, and tonight I'm representing the Friends of Hemlock Bluffs. Has anyone on the council been to the Hemlock Bluffs Nature Preserve? Oh, I'm so happy to hear that. I'm here today to encourage you to approve the 2012 Parks Department Master Plan. According to the Residents of Cary survey, preserving the natural environment was rated very highly, was number 4 out of 13. As you know, Hemlock Bluffs Nature Preserve is the only park in Cary that is categorized as a preserve. The reason being that Hemlock Bluffs is quite untouched compared to the ordinary city park. The woodlands are undisturbed and the trails are mulched, not hard surfaced. Foot traffic on the trails provides a glimpse into an unadulterated wilderness, keeping the area natural and pristine. The focus is not on playgrounds and skateboards. It's on learning to appreciate the flora and fauna found only in a natural environment. In our Head Start program, nature program, we had a 4-year-old boy who had never touched a leaf. And his teacher told us that he spoke about that for days afterwards. It's a very valuable place. 100 years ago, all of Cary looked like Hemlock Bluffs. Now, it's only a few acres of wilderness and wildlife habitat right in the middle of a modern city. Stevens Nature Center, the interpretive center at the preserve, is the center of the educational activities. There are 2 buildings. One houses the wildlife display, the interpretive center, the gift shop, the staff offices, and the public restrooms. The second building is a 1-room schoolhouse. These small facilities already provide an impressive amount of programming to local Cary residents. In the master plan, you will please notice that within Chapter 8, Section 8.2, the section addresses the Stevens Nature Center and the Hemlock Bluffs Nature Preserve. The options listed for improvement include expanding the Stevens Nature Center. I'm here to help you to understand the need for this renovation. Here are some numbers that describe our current usage. The Stevens Nature Center provides programming as follows: 18 summer camps filled to capacity with children, and they are always waitlisted, so some children cannot attend. During the school year, all the children who go to year-round school have track-out periods where they go to Hemlock Bluffs for nature programs during that period. They also come during the holidays. So it's a year-round facility for school children. During the year, we provide 500 nature programs, 1,300 hours of environmental education per year. 2,000 visitors every year come to the interpretive center. 5,500 participants in the nature programs. 100,000 Cary residents come to visit Hemlock Bluffs every year. Today, these nature programs are limited by the physical classroom space available, and many children are waitlisted and do not get into a program at all. The 1-room classroom configuration limits the programming options for concurrent programs for children of varying ages. We believe that expanding our educational facilities will allow us to incrementally increase our programming capacity. The preserve will then produce even greater numbers of environmentally cognizant children who will grow up to value and respect nature, who will recycle and reuse, and will become valuable members of our Cary society. I ask you to please approve the Master Plan 2012 and give us a chance to do even more at Hemlock Bluffs. Thank you for your attention tonight, and I encourage all of you to come and enjoy the serenity and the peace you can find at Hemlock Bluffs Nature Preserve.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is David Lindquist, and I live in the Silverton neighborhood of Cary. I've been a participant in the master plan update process since the beginning through my membership on the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Advisory Board and the Cultural Arts Committee. But I'd like to speak to you tonight as a citizen who uses Cary's parks and recreational facilities, enrolls in classes, and gives back to the community as a volunteer. I speak in favor of advancing the proposed Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Master Plan to its final adoption with your enthusiastic affirmation. This master plan update has been drafted with all due diligence by the town's fine staff and guided by a strong outside consulting team. Beginning in May 2011, extensive input was gathered in the community through focus group meetings with stakeholders, public meetings, and a statistically valid survey of the citizenry. Findings from that input process were reviewed by this council, the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Advisory Board, and the citizen advisory committees of that board. All 4 phases of the design process have now been completed. This master plan is so important because it builds on the careful planning codified last 9 years ago. I know firsthand what fruits were born from that 2003 master plan. As a performing artist and arts lover, I'm excited by the creation of Cary Arts Center last year. I have seen a surge in audiences, class participation, and community use in and around the facility. These first sparks of a downtown arts district are energizing downtown businesses and leading to new life for historic assets. That momentum will grow as we plan for the addition of the Cary Theater, a digital media center, the Arts Part Studios, and the growing crowds at downtown performances, art walks, and festivals. As an avid amateur naturalist and bird watcher at Hemlock Bluffs, I can speak to the strength of the nature education programs offered at Stevens Nature Center. So much positive activity has happened in recent years that's attracted and informed our citizens and drawn them to our natural resources. I've taken advantage of growing program offerings from gardening and composting to conservation techniques and wildlife identification. And in doing that, I observe more folks on the trails and significant partnerships with businesses, universities, and other entities who share the town's vision. As a Greenway walker who has logged 54 of our 60 miles of trails, I appreciate the town's achievement of connectivity to neighboring cities and among our parks, schools, and facilities. Data confirm that traffic has increased, inspiring a greater number of our citizens to engage in healthy behaviors that affirm our designation as a gold-level fit community. So much has been done under the leadership of Council and with the guidance provided by the 2003 Master Plan, but the work is not done. This new plan recognizes the town's changing demographics, laying out a path to thoughtful expansion of park and recreational assets so needed in our growing western and southern neighborhoods, giving greater attention to special recreational needs, fitness and wellness, completing connections among the greenways I so love, and maintaining and refreshing our existing assets. This new plan provides direction for developing our historic downtown and arts district, building on the initial success of Cary Arts Center, suggesting means of partnering with other entities, creating a sustainable infrastructure, and applying best management and planning practices. And this new plan steps out the stewardship of open spaces and natural resources, the optimization of such special facilities as the Stevens Nature Center, and deployment of resources to maintain our community leadership in conservation education. This proposed master plan is a fine roadmap for maintaining that leadership. I respectfully request that you advance to its final approval, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak on the subject.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Laura Wyant. I'm the community coordinator for Western Wake Tennis Association. That's a nonprofit tennis association that handles tennis in Western Wake County. I've also been a Cary resident for 24 years. I think that makes me almost a native. And I've been a tennis player for about 10. I think the master plan overall is excellent, but I'm going to speak specifically about tennis. I want to applaud the council, past and present, and the Park and Recs and Cultural Resources, and particularly the town of Cary and their staff, Cary Tennis Park and their staff, because of what tennis has become in this area. I don't know if you realize, but there are more frequent tennis players than there are frequent golfers across the country. Tennis has grown by over 46% in the last 10 years across the country, but it's grown even more in North Carolina, and it's grown even more right here in our area, and that's thanks to what you have developed, and we really appreciate that. Because of your excellent work, though, we are now overcrowded. When you go to the Cary Tennis Park, it's hard to find a parking spot, and parking is not the issue. The issue is that the courts are packed, and that's a good thing because people are out doing healthy things. So while you've done a great job, we want you to continue to look forward to the future for tennis and for the community and the residents, and that would be to approve the master plan. I know that there are 8 indoor courts planned, and what that will mean for Cary and the citizens and the people in the surrounding communities is huge. I think you've already done a great job with youth programs, with adult programs and leagues, and with bringing tournaments to the area, which is good for the town of Cary and their businesses as well. And I think the indoor courts will positively impact that as well. I would like also just to throw out that clay courts would further set Cary ahead of other communities, in that clay courts are good for old people like me when they're playing tennis, and it would bring potentially more business to the area. So I think the master plan in general is awesome, but I just would like to just say, tennis is the future too for Cary, and I hope you'll consider that, and maybe more courts in other parks as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Bob Myers, and I'm a 20-year resident of Oxford Hunt neighborhood in Cary. I'm also represent Cary as the vice chairman of the Wake County Historic Preservation Commission, and serve as the chairman of the Friends of the Page Walker Historic Preservation Committee. And I'd just like to express my support for the PRCR Master Plan update. The Friends of the Page Walker take great pride in the work that they did in conjunction with staff to help develop the state of North Carolina's first standalone historic preservation master plan. And I'm very pleased in reading this plan to see how well it's aligned. The goals of the PRCR plan are aligned with the preservation plan. And Cary's got 2 fantastic examples in the Page Walker facility and the Cary Arts Center in how you can do a sensitive restoration of historic structure and turn it into a vital town facility. And there's fantastic work that's being done in the town center right now with that Ed Goff's spearheading with the purchase of additional historic properties, significant properties in the town center area. And we really look forward. This plan supports that effort and the use of those new structures. In particular, the James Jones House, the plans for the restoration of that house are fantastic. Really will set another great example of how a building should be, a historic building should be restored, and the plan supports this. And the plans for the Waldo House and the Mayton House also very exciting. And we're concerned about the Ivy Ellington House, which the town also owns. This is probably the most significant building in the town center that the town owns now, outside of the Page Walker and the Cary Arts Center. And I think great things can be done with that building as well. It's in very good condition, and we really look forward to that National Register property being sensitively restored, and as this plan would tend to dictate. For all the work that's being done in the town center, there's also the Carpenter area, which the town's been doing great things out there as well with the Farrell store and with the Howard Farm and the new Carpenter Park. And the plan, kind of supports that historic preservation work out there as well. So in terms of historic preservation and its alignment with the historic preservation, historic resources master plan, we really support the updates to the PRCR master plan. And think it'll serve as a great tool and guide for town staff moving forward with continued historic preservation activities for the town of Cary. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, for this public hearing. Anyone else care to speak on the Parks Master Plan public hearing? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing and open it up to council members for questions or comments. Seeing none, Mr. Frantz.
I would just like to echo a lot of the speakers' comments about all the work that staff has done, but also that of our Parks, Recreation, Cultural Resources Advisory Board and then the subcommittees there from that. It's been truly a team effort, and I just wanted to echo those comments and thank everybody involved. We actually have the chair from our Parks and Rec Board sitting in the audience, Mr. Denny Hoadley. Surprised you didn't come down and say hey, but appreciate that as well.
Thank you, Ms. Frantz. Anyone else? Okay, this will go to the Planning and Zoning Board, and we saw the schedule a little bit earlier. I think the next one is October 1st?
October 13th.
3rd, I think.
First is the work session.
Okay.
And the hearing is a week or two after that.
Thank you, Mr. McRae. Our next public hearing is the annexation and rezoning for the park at Westlake. This is phase 9 of the Commons. We're going to hear a report from staff, and then we're going to hear from the applicant. We'll conduct a public hearing, and we will not take action on this item tonight. Instead, we will refer it to our Planning and Zoning Board for their recommendation. This time, I'm going to recognize Ms. Bierman of our planning staff, who's going to present this item. Ms. Bierman.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This item is the public hearing on a request to annex and apply the initial zoning to about 2.8 acres at the park at Westlake. This is an aerial view showing the location of the property that's included in this request. This map shows the total boundary of the park at Westlake. This is a cluster subdivision that was approved under Wake County development standards with an agreement that as the property developed, it would be annexed into Cary. The subject property includes 18 single-family lots. The portion in orange is the portion of the park at Westlake that has already been annexed and developed, and there are 3 remaining open space lots after this annexation and rezoning that will be coming to you at a later date. These are the property owners within 400 feet of the site that were notified of the public hearing, and the property was also posted and advertised as required. The current zoning district is residential 30 in Wake County. The proposed town of Cary zoning district is transitional residential, and this is the district that most closely approximates the existing land use and lot size. The land use plan designation for the area is very low density residential, which is less than 1 unit per acre, or low density residential cluster, which is 1 to 3 units. The park at Westlake is a low-density residential cluster, and its overall density is about 1.5 units per acre. According to Cary GIS maps, there are no stream buffers or regulated floodplains on the site. The property owner is working with staff to dedicate a 30-foot greenway easement through the open space to complete that improvement. The local residential streets provide access to Westlake Road, which is classified as a major thoroughfare. There are no existing or proposed transit routes in the vicinity. And to date, no issues or concerns have been raised. A protest petition is not applicable since this is an initial zoning. The action requested tonight is to conduct the public hearing on the annexation and the initial rezoning request, or the initial zoning request, and then forward the zoning request to the Planning and Zoning Board for their recommendation. And this concludes staff's presentations. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bierman. This time, if the applicant would like, I would like to invite the applicant down for their comments. Nope, no applicant. Okay. Going to open up the public hearing for this annexation and rezoning. And if you would like to speak at this annexation or rezoning on the park at Westlake Phase 9 of the Commons, I would invite the first speaker forward at this time. Anyone to speak at this public hearing? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing and open it up to council members for questions or comments. Seeing none, this will be forwarded, as Ms. Bierman said, to the Planning and Zoning Board for their review and recommendation, and we'll see the annexation and the rezoning at a future council agenda. That moves us to our next public hearing, which is the Village at the Park Plan Development Rezoning 12 REZ09. We're going to hear a report from our staff, then the Planning Board representative, and then the applicant. And we'll conduct a public hearing, and we will take action or may take action on this item tonight. And again, Ms. Bierman of our staff will present this item. Ms. Bierman.
This is a request to amend the phasing plan for the Village at the Park Plan Development District. This property is located at the southwest corner of NC 55 Highway and Kit Creek Road. This slide shows the boundary of the Village at the Park PDD. The entire PDD is shown in the purple color. The area within the black outline is the portion that would be affected by this request. And this is the south side of Kit Creek Road between Green Level Church Road and NC 55 Highway. This request changes would, if approved, would modify the phasing plan for the development, but the PDD zoning designation would remain. This aerial view shows the uses that have been constructed to date within the PDD. You can see multifamily developments to the north and south of the subject property and an elementary school to the west. This shows the existing phasing plan. Allowable uses in each of the phases are identified in the Plan Development District document. The first development within any given phase triggers road improvements for that phase per the town's comprehensive transportation plan, and those improvements would be required along the entire frontage of the phase. And again, the improvements, once the first certificate of occupancy is requested within the phase, then that's what triggers the improvements needing to be completed for that phase. The proposed amendment would change the boundary between the existing phases 3 and 4 and would create these two new phases numbered 4A and 4B as shown on this slide. The timing of the construction of the associated road improvements would change as a result of the change to the phasing plan. And this just shows that NC 55, Kit Creek Road, and Green Level Church Road are all designated as thoroughfares on the Comprehensive Transportation Plan. This table shows the approved land uses and the associated transportation plan road improvements for phases 3 and 4 as existing. And beside that, the improvements that are required along the respective roadway frontage of each of those phases. Under the current phasing plan, any development within the proposed Phase 4A area, which is about 4.67 acres that's located right at the southwest intersection of 55 and Kit Creek, any development within that portion of the development would trigger the widening of NC 55, Kit Creek Road, and Green Level Church Road. No changes to any uses within the PDD would be proposed, only the phasing lines. Under the proposed phasing plan, the effect of this change, in essence, is to delay the improvement of the Green Level Church Road segment from Phase 4A to Phase 4B. So if this change is approved, that's the effect that it would have on the in terms of current changes. So this graphic also illustrates this effect. The solid red line shows the existing and proposed CTP road improvements that would be required prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy for the area included in proposed Phase 4A. I did receive an email from the applicant yesterday indicating that they would be offering to construct the remainder of the required NC 55 improvements in Phase 4A instead of 4B. And that is shown as the dotted section of the red line, and I believe when the applicant speaks, my understanding is they will be offering that condition. I would also like to point out that this amendment would have no effect on any improvements that may be required as a mitigation for traffic impact study that would be required under the Adequate Public Facilities Ordinance. So this only affects the improvements required by the Comprehensive Transportation Plan along the frontage. The notice of this rezoning request was sent to the property owners within 400 feet of the property. Notice was posted on the property and published in the Cary News as required. We didn't receive a protest petition. No issues or concerns have been expressed by citizens. Because the property is in a mixed-use overlay district, revisions to a planned development district are subject to the mixed-use district process. So this requires the initial public hearing before the Planning and Zoning Board. That public hearing did take place on July 16th, and there were no citizen comments at that public hearing. Staff does have several observations related to the request. The road improvements required for the proposed 4A and 4B are consistent with the Comprehensive Transportation Plan. The timing of the road improvements is addressed in town ordinances and is not addressed specifically in the transportation plan. Also, staff does have concerns that the responsibility of the delayed improvements, which would be the improvement along Green Level Church Road, if this is approved, could shift to other developers that might begin construction prior to the development of Phase 4B. Other developers that could have, as part of their improvements related to a traffic study, could be required to take responsibility for these, any delayed improvements. The Planning and Zoning Board did recommend denial of the request by a vote of 6-3, and Mr. Swanstrom will have some comments about that in just a moment. And again, this map is just a graphic illustrating the existing and proposed phasing boundaries that would change, and this is representative of the changes that we would see in the document itself, just delineating the boundaries. I thought this map may be more useful for your discussion, that actually illustrates what the effect of those changes would be in terms of the different road improvements that would be required. This concludes staff's presentation.
Okay. Mr. Swanstrom, if you would come forward.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. I do need to note that this proposal has been changed a little bit since we saw it. And the particular change, I'm glad we left this chart up, because if you look at the dotted line on 55, what we saw didn't include that dotted line. So what we were going to end up with was 55 widened for a little chunk, and then a little chunk that was going to be left unwidened for some time into the future, an undisclosed period of time. It didn't make any sense to us to do a part and then leave, a little stub that was undone and have to come back and do it later. I heard today that the applicant has changed his proposal and agreed that he would do the improvements along all of that 55 chunk. So therefore, I need to tell you that the vote that we took in P&Z was based upon the assumption that we were going to have that little piece of 55 that wasn't done, and that didn't make any sense to us. I'm not sure we would vote the same way had we seen the proposal that you're seeing tonight.
Could you talk about the discussion? Was that the discussion, or was there more to it? And
Well, there was a couple other concerns as well. The idea that we would modify a PDD's phasing as it was originally approved to adjust when traffic improvements need to be made. The moving target. This isn't the first time that the phasing has been changed in this project. We're concerned that it could happen again. I can appreciate these traffic improvements are expensive and why a developer might want to try to mitigate some of that cost by delaying it. I can't really tell you that what our vote would have been because it broke down into those two issues. One was just the principle of the thing, and the second and more specific concern, I think, was that little chunk of 55 that has now been addressed. I hesitate to predict how we might have voted had the applicant made that concession. We asked during our meeting if the applicant was willing to consider that, and they said at the time they were not. So this is new news.
Okay, very good, Mr. Schweitzer. Thank you. This time I'd like to invite the applicant forward for their comments.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I thought about calling you your worship, but I'll stay with Mayor. Again, good evening. My name is Glenda Topp with Glenda S. Topp and Associates, and I'm here tonight representing the owners of Village of the Park. The proposal is to revise the current phasing schedule for Village of the Park. The revised phasing schedule redistributes the construction schedule for the previously approved Green Level Church Road, and it takes it to Phase 4B. As staff has pointed out, no other changes are proposed to the Village of the Park. No land use change, no development standards, and of course no change to the comprehensive plan. What we are proposing still provides substantial roadway improvements with the first portion of development of Phase 4A. A new traffic study was conducted by the town and paid for by the applicant, determined the newly aligned Phase 4A does not warrant the Green Level Church Road improvements described as part of 4A, and the phasing revision does, as pointed out, redistribute the Green Level Road improvements to Phase 4B. As staff said in their presentation, we do want to enter into the record tonight the fact that the owners of Village of the Park have agreed to include all the improvements for Highway 55 in for Phase 4A. As the chair of the planning board pointed out, this was something that was brought up at the planning board meeting, and there wasn't sufficient time to really have an opportunity to discuss it. Went back, talked to the property owner, talked to at least one of the council members about anything else that they might be able to do. So they have gone back and put all of the Highway 55 improvement into Phase 4A, which means that the only thing that is now in 4B is the delay of the improvements of Green Level Church Road. Since the adoption of the original 2002 PDD, the economy has been slow, directly impacting the timing and financial capabilities of potential commercial users for the Village of the Park, and sites are not developing as rapidly as they were 10 years ago. As staff pointed out, the main concern of the engineering staff is delaying the completion of improvements to Green Level Road and the fact that such a delay may encumber other developments in the area with this improvement. In our opinion, this legitimate risk is there today if no improvement occurs. By revising the current phasing schedule, we believe the opportunity exists for non-residential development to finally begin in this area of Cary and for the majority of the road improvements that were identified as part of the approved PDD to be built. The town would benefit from road improvements occurring sooner and from an increased tax base that would be generated due to commercial development occurring within Village of the Park. With the change to Phase 4A to include all the improvements of Highway 55 and the others, as staff has pointed out, the proposed revision will result in the percentage of required CTP improvements that are completed after development of Phase 4A being 92% of the original 87%, which further exceeds the percentage of land area that would then be developed in the PDD, which would be 82%. This would leave only 8% of the total CTP for Phase 4B. Now the road improvements will exceed the developed land by 10% instead of the previous 5%. And also, as staff pointed out, the proposed road improvements required for 4A and 4B are consistent with the Comprehensive Transportation Plan. We believe that this proposed amendment is in the best interest of the town and the residents of this area. I'm available to answer any questions, as are other members of the team who are here tonight. Thank you very much for taking the time.
Thank you, Ms. Top. This time, I'll open up the public hearing for speakers that would like to speak on the Village at the Park Plan Development, rezoning 12 REZ09, and I would invite the first speaker forward at this time. Anyone to speak on this item? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing and open it up to council members for questions or comments. Mr. Frantz.
Can you just help me better understand how the concern is there that if Green Level Church Road was not widened with this, that responsibility could somehow get shifted to another developer or another project?
If there was another project that did a transportation study and improvement of that section was included as a mitigation for that project, as an off-site improvement, then there could be that other development could be required to
So the study
do that
would not
improvement.
take into consideration that improvement has already been a requirement of a previously approved development or rezoning?
My understanding is it would be required for, if it wasn't already constructed, then it would be required for another development, even if it was, had been included on a previous development. It would be whoever developed first that was required to have that improvement would have to install that improvement.
Okay, and then one more question. Can you speak to staff comments regarding the proposal to widen the whole length of the 55 instead of just the portion? Has staff had time to talk about that, and does it change staff recommendation or your concerns in any way?
I think it improves, it's an improvement in that it lessens the concern, but any of the improvements that are not made as a result of this change are ones that potentially would be made by someone else. So we just listed that as a concern and something to be aware of.
Other comments, questions?
I have one. Is the size of, or the length of the proposed improvement that the applicant has now put forward, how much of that is, what is that comparative amount to what's on Green Level Church? Is that half of it? Is it a third? Is it?
The section on...
like 19, it looks like it's 19.
It's hard to tell.
From the report, it looks like it's about 1,900 linear feet of improvements collectively between 55 and Kit Creek. And then it would be 750 that remains on Green Level.
750 from Kit Creek Road
on Green Level.
Right, there's 750 on Green Level, and the additional portion on 55 is about 250 feet, I believe.
So does that mean you're adding 250 feet on
Highway 55, but you're losing 750 feet on the west along Green Level Church
Not
Road.
exactly, no, because originally, if you did it all Phase 4 together, they would be doing about 2,650 linear feet of construction. And what they're asking is to take out, how many acres? Two and a half, or how many acres is that?
It's about 4.5 acres.
Okay, 4 acres, and leaving the balance, which would be what, like 18 acres?
Approximately.
Okay, so they want to develop, they want to break up 4 into 2 parts. One part is 4.5, and they're saying they're going to build, instead of 650 linear feet, they're going to build 1,900 linear feet. They're going to keep the bulk of the property undeveloped, they're not going to develop it yet, 18 acres, and they're going to save that 750 feet there. So it sounds like they're giving still a disproportionately large amount of the frontage completed for the amount of land that they're developing. So in that sense, I mean, I think that they're coming out giving more than they're asking for a waiver of at this time.
So a few questions. I'll start with the bottom. I agree with you about the large amount of roadway improvements compared to the amount of land that's going to be developed first, but I do think when you consider that whole frontage along Green Level Church Road, they may never have to improve because somebody half a mile away goes first, it doesn't seem equitable to me. I realize that's the way it goes, but that just does not seem equitable. Why not sit and wait for somebody else to have to do it? So that gives me pause. And how many, I think you said, or maybe Glenda said, that there have been other phasing changes on this piece of property. How many times has the phasing been changed?
I believe there were about 3, perhaps engineering may help me with this, but I believe there were at least, I believe there were 3 changes.
Over how long a period of time? Just ballpark it for me. 5 years, 7 years, 10 years?
I don't know, do you?
Ricky's trying to do hands. Oh, he's pointing to, so 2 years. And how,
okay.
And how have those phasing changes affected road improvements in the past? How many times has the council been asked to change how much of the road would be improved? Do we know? I'm looking at Glenda over here because.
Ms. Top, if you have any input, that would help.
I think somebody's going to come join me. I believe, excluding this one, there's been 2. Since I wasn't involved, I think they're up there going to come down and talk about it. I believe this one plus 2 others, as I understand it.
Okay, so that makes 3 total. And how have we know how this phasing change would affect the road improvements, but the 2 in the past?
Please.
I'm Roy Mashburn. I represent, excuse me, I've got a bit of a cold. I represent the property owner partnership. We've changed it twice, and the last time we changed it was at the request of the school board. They asked that we waive the right. They had to build the 2 lanes of Kit Creek Road, of which we're building now, but to pave the way for the Austin Elementary School out there. So I guess that goes under the category of no good deed goes unpunished. But
so they asked you to put
yes,
the 2 lanes in because they, and so they didn't.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can I ask you a question right there, Roy?
You can ask me any question you like.
See if you have an answer. So, and Jennifer had this question first. I'm stealing it from her. But what happened to Phase 3?
Phase 3 is still a work in progress. It's zoned for a hotel, and it's
where is it on
it's a small. If you'll see that hatchet-looking piece to the south of the site, below the 4B, that's zoned for 115 or 150 room hotel. And again, the market just hasn't materialized, much like the office market out there.
So 3 still exists. We just don't see it.
Correct.
The map, but our
That's
little
correct.
drawing, it just, okay.
And also, I'll just, if I can clarify that too, in terms of the numbering, because there was a section that was listed as Phase 5 that was actually the school that was previously done, the numbering was changed around. So when we renumbered as 4A and 4B, but it's the same land area.
Okay.
And I did have one, I'm sorry, Jennifer, but I did have one more question. And I know I'm always the one who brings up the process question, but Mr. Swanstrom, once again, and P&Z were hamstrung by a proposal before us that was not the proposal they voted on. And I heard Glenda say, and I heard Al say, that the applicant was asked, would you consider doing the whole road improvement on Highway 55? And they said no. They could have easily said, we need time to think about that. Glenda herself, this past Monday, at the P&Z meeting, made the suggestion that the council table a motion so the applicant could work on something. And I think that's what should happen this time. It really troubles me. I mean, you know, it troubles you too, that we continue to get proposals that are changed after P&Z, and we really don't know what they think, and they're our advisory board. And I just, it bothers me that keeps happening.
I hear your concern, but to me, it also indicates that so did the applicant hear some of P&Z's concerns, that that whole segment of 55 was important to the Planning and Zoning Board, which we've clearly heard from them in their recommendation. So therefore, they decided to offer the entire thing to satisfy P&Z's concerns and hopefully our concerns. So I hear you, and I appreciate that. I love you on the process stuff. But I think this, to me, it's an example where the applicant has heard the concern and they have tried to address the concern, and I appreciate that.
Well, I agree with you. I just think it would have been preferred to say, we need some time to think about that, and rather than say no, because the P&Z voted. We don't know that that's the only reason they voted to deny, right, Al? I mean, we'll never know. And while I don't disagree with you that this shows that they listened, it just troubles me that our process continues to be circumvented, whether intentionally or not intentionally. It bothers me.
I went back and looked at the numbers a little bit. I would have more concern about this if they were asking for just a straight waiver of doing the Green Level Church Road widening forever. But they're not saying that. They're saying that when they develop 4B, they'll come back in and build that road if it's not already built by somebody else. But, of course, somebody else who lives far away can probably ask for a waiver, too, if they don't want to build that part of the road. The fact that they have taken the Section 4, it looks like they're developing about 21% of it, if my numbers are about right, 20%, we'll just say. But they're doing 70% of the front road frontage. And I think that's a very reasonable offer. And for that reason, I'm going to support the request.
Other comments, Mr.
Yeah, I'm just stuck on the fact that even though this applicant is on the hook to eventually do the improvements to Green Level Church Road, that if somebody wants to come in there ahead of this, they're going to have to do it instead of these folks.
That's correct.
That's the way it works.
That's actually the case for any of the improvements there now, even the improvements in 4A. If someone else would have improvements through a traffic study that would include widening, on Kit Creek Road or Highway 55, then if 4A hadn't been developed yet to create those improvements, then it's possible that someone else could be on the hook for those improvements as well.
Could you bring up a larger map just to help? Because I just want to understand when you say if someone else could come in, there's already a school on the left-hand side of that road, and they own the property to the south, which is already being developed. So I'm trying to understand, who would that other group be?
Just conceptually, let me see if this...
I think you had a great map in the beginning. Yep.
Yeah, this goes out to a wider area. So any development within, any other areas nearby, depending on the scope of the development, the size of it, and if they had to do a traffic impact study that could affect this intersection and be required to do an improvement there. It's the same issue that we're discussing with Green Level Church Road could apply to Kit Creek and the improvements on 55 as well.
Mm-hmm.
By making this change, currently, with the phasing that we have now, the first development that would fall within any of this phase, the existing Phase 4 area, which is much larger than the Phase 4A, currently the first development within that area would trigger all of these improvements. So by changing the phasing, they're, compressing that to a smaller area, and then, having sort of hybrid amount of improvements that includes part of the improvement, but not the entirety of what would be required now.
Mr. Frantz.
One more question for clarification. This Alston Ridge Elementary School was originally the one that was supposed to bear the burden of responsibility for widening Kit Creek Road?
I believe so. There was, I'm not that familiar with the changes that had been made before with that off the top of my head, but I think there was one of the previous changes to the phasing plan was related to the school and the Kit Creek Road widening.
Bottom line is that this applicant is now having to handle the responsibility of somebody else. Is that correct?
If you compare it to the phasing plan as it was one or two iterations ago, yes.
Okay. I'll make a motion to support 12 REZ09.
I'll second it.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion?
Yes. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. You made the motion. You should speak first.
Okay. Going to support it for a couple reasons. One, I'm very appreciative of the offer to go ahead and do the whole length of 55. And the fact that they are bearing the burden of responsibility that they may not have had to otherwise. I appreciate the concerns on Green Level Church Road. And to me, this almost leads to something else. I don't know if we need to have a discussion in the future or whatever about when responsibilities are acquired, how people somehow get out of responsibility and then somebody else gets it. I need to better understand that, and I think some of us also do, but not really germane to this discussion. So,
well, you have more of a question. It kind of relates to Mr. Ed's question earlier about, that was a bad one. Ed's
question back at you upstairs now.
Ed's question about responsibility on green level. If the whole point is, if they develop first or someone else, why does it matter? Whoever develops, the whole thing is that we get the improvement at that time.
Whoever's generating the trips.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it doesn't seem like they're shirking anything on that side. If they end up developing the 4B, then they're going to do it on green level. If someone happens to do it first, I guess my question is, so what? Then they happen to do it. Whoever generates the trips fixes it. That's what I'm trying to understand your concern, Ed. That's what I was trying to understand.
No, I agree with you. I just want to get that clarified.
To me, it comes down to impact of the use and the requirements and responsibilities of the applicant. You know, for the approval to meet our requirements and everything, they have to widen these roads. How they get out of one of those is confusing to me and trouble. You know, somebody else down the street comes in and they propose something, this site's not getting built for a couple of years, but they have their approvals and they're supposed to build the road, but now somebody else gets stuck doing it. And I struggle with the fairness of that. Maybe it's just a matter of not quite understanding it as best as I need to, but it's just...
Thanks, Mayor. Well, I just wanted to say, you know, my concerns about process aside, I do appreciate the fact that the developer heard P&Z and actually is going to widen all of 55. I really do appreciate that, and I do think it's a motion worth supporting. But I would just like to plead with you folks, where are you, Glenda, that the process be honored, because I really feel like we're not trying to single you out, but, you know, that truly P&Z wants to complete their work when they come to us, and they would like us to see the same projects that they do. So it's just a plea for thinking that through, even if you need a little extra time. I think I watch P&Z meetings, and they're extremely sensitive to trying to give developers, and when neighbors are involved, neighbors more time, rather than send something to us that's half-baked. I am going to support this motion because I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but I do want to make that plea. Thanks.
Other comments, questions? We have a motion on the table to approve. All in favor of this motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Bierman. 8:57, we're still good, still moving forward?
B, do you have to
Oh, yeah, we still have another part to this. I am so sorry.
The legal stuff.
I keep forgetting about the statement of consistency, reasonableness. We're now at the statement of reasonableness and consistency for the Village of Park Plan Development rezoning requests we just acted on. I'll refer to council to the prepared motions in the staff report on the web. How about a motion?
Trying to find it's open very slowly.
It's at the bottom, right? Based upon information presented at the public hearings and by the applicant and based upon the recommendations and detailed information developed by staff and/or the Planning and Zoning Board contained in the staff report, and considering the criteria in sections 3.1E and 3.4.3E of the Town of Cary Land Development Ordinance, denial of rezoning is reasonable and in the public interest? No.
Just read the one above it.
Sorry.
Skipped it.
I was
They all
almost
sounded
there.
like Lloyd, don't worry about it.
Approval, sorry. Approval of rezoning 12 REZ09 is reasonable and in the public interest.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
I gave the applicant a
Heart attack.
Okay. We're going to move forward. The recommendation is to move forward with the next public hearing and then take a break. Everybody good with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Our next public hearing is rezoning 12 REZ15 Weston Plan Development Amendment. We'll hear a report from our staff, then the applicant, conduct a public hearing, and we're not going to take action on this item tonight. Instead, we're going to refer it to the Planning and Zoning Board for their recommendation. Ms. Grannon of our staff will present this item. Ms. Grannon.
Thank you. Good evening. This is a request to rezone approximately 11.65 acres located in the Weston PDD, located at 1001 Sheldon Drive. This vicinity map shows the subject parcel, and an aerial view zooms in to show that the property has been improved with an existing building and parking lot. The existing building is approximately 26,000 square feet. The circle in red shows the subject property. It's part of what was originally designated as the PEC, or Planned Employment Center, on the Western PDD. Cary's land use plan designation is for office and industrial for the subject property, and the land use is, or the zoning is, PDD major. The proposed amendment is to allow a permitted use of wellness center just on this one tract, this PEC number 7. The applicant recently submitted a condition stating that the floor area of the use would be limited to 10,000 square feet and that parking would be provided in accordance with land development ordinance standards. There's a definition of wellness center that was recently adopted in the land development ordinance. It's an establishment containing customized health services that may include fitness, personal training, and nutrition, incorporating an individualized program with specific goals. Clients are generally under the supervision of a licensed staff member, which may include healthcare providers, nutritionalists, personal trainers, practitioners, medical and other specialists such as chiropractors, acupuncture, and biofeedback specialists. Clients may enroll in individualized nutritional and fitness programs and may exercise independently or in small group settings. And amenities often include limited weights and cardio machines. Notification of the proposed amendment to the PDD was sent to property owners within 400 feet of the subject property. There is a valid protest.
Wow.
The concerns expressed in the protest petition is that the subject property has had repeated zoning and permit violations in the past with different uses. The Excel Body Fitness is currently operating in this facility. It was brought to staff's attention that it was operating, and there were concerns that it was not listed in the PDD. Hence, staff advised the applicant that they needed to move forward with a PDD amendment and request that, and with a building permit and inspection as well. And the rezoning is the first step in that process. The adjacent property owner was concerned that the proposed amendment applies only to a single parcel, that there is not currently property owner association support for the use. The protester believed that the use was not meeting the definition of wellness center. There was the concern that there's inadequate parking on the site, that there's negative impacts on the shared access drive to the site, that there's excessive traffic and outdoor classes being offered. The site is impacted by a stream according to the GIS maps, but it does not impact the building or parking areas. There's no greenway trails in the immediate vicinity of the subject property. And Cary's transportation plan identifies Sheldon Drive as a existing collector road. This shows the location of a future transit route proposed along Northwest Cary Parkway in close proximity to the site. This concludes staff's presentation. The applicant is available for comments.
And at this time, I would invite the applicant forward. Ms. Top, it looks like you're the only business in town.
For the moment, yes, thank you, and I enjoy being here too. So I enjoyed it when I worked here, and I enjoy doing this. So it's a real pleasure and opportunity to be here. And hopefully you don't get tired of seeing me. I do try to change my clothes every time so I look a little different. Mayor, members of council, Glenda Top and Associates here tonight representing the owners of the property requesting a minor amendment to the Weston PDD. The amendment is to allow a wellness center as a permitted use within the building at 1001 Sheldon Drive. Currently, there are numerous uses that are allowed within this section of the Weston PDD. This particular use is not, therefore the need for the amendment. The town did recently amend their LDO to add wellness center as a permitted use, and this occurred on May 24th, 2012, and as Ms. Grannon pointed out, she went through the definition, and apparently there has been request and demand to be able to add this type of use in Cary and better define it. And also, with the addition of the use, there are also use-specific standards that are part of the wellness center and what has to occur for the use to be at a particular location. As staff pointed out, the square footage that we are proposing is a maximum of 10,000 square feet, and this does meet the use standard that the total floor area is no greater than 50% of the total gross area of the building, or 10,000 square feet, whichever is less, and the building is approximately 26,000 square feet, so we are meeting that requirement. Another one of the standards as part of this use is that such uses combined do not have more than one interest for customers separate from that of the use unless required by building or fire code, and they do meet that requirement. And as staff pointed out, in discussions with staff and looking at the required parking for wellness center and also the remaining parking requirements for the other use in the building, we are a little bit short for parking, but we have agreed as part of this land use plan amendment to add the additional parking to the site so that we will be meeting the LDO requirements for parking. Also, as staff pointed out, the owners of XL Body Fitness did move into the building not knowing that this was not a permitted use within the Weston PDD. They were notified by staff, and one of the ways to remedy that is to come before you tonight for this amendment, which is what we're doing because they do hope to be able to remain in the building. A neighborhood meeting was held before the application was turned in. As Ms. Grannon pointed out, there is a valid protest petition at that meeting. The owners of I think it's 901 Sheldon Drive are the ones that submitted a valid protest petition. There was also representatives from Highwoods Realty, and they are the folks that manage the Weston development. They voiced some concerns at that meeting, and also there were people who live in the area and also attend the gym or the wellness center, and they came. And since that meeting, the owners, also the people with owners of the building and Excel Body Fitness have reached out to Highwoods and the adjoining neighbors to begin to resolve the issues. For Highwoods, big concern was the size of the facility and the accompanying parking. When we initially came in, we were looking at 13,000 square feet. The owners of Excel Body Fitness have worked with an architect to divide the building up differently. They don't need the space given the type of use that they are. So the use has gone down to 10,000 square feet. And again, they have agreed to add parking, which we feel will address the concerns of not having adequate parking on the site. Those concerns were also voiced by the owners of 901 Sheldon Drive, in addition to other concerns that are both, some are zoning related, others are not. I do want to point out, in addition to reducing the square footage and adding additional parking, the owners of the building are willing to work with the folks at 901 Sheldon Drive to put in speed tables to control what appears to be a concern on their part of cars speeding on the shared drive. The owners are also willing to put up signs and, in compliance with the town that shows where parking is for their business and where, well, and again, making sure that they don't park at 901 Sheldon Drive. And also, even before the use was reduced to 13,000 square feet, based on what can be on this site and what's being proposed, the trips that are generated do not generate the need for a traffic study either at zoning or at site plan. The owners of the property do believe that this use is an asset to the area. I would point out, and I know there's people here tonight, both for and against, there are people that live in the area that walk or come from very close, and there are also people within Weston, particularly at the MTS site on the other side of them, that actually come during the day to use the facility. Again, it is something that, as staff pointed out, appears to be a need. I think we all know that health and wellness is something that people are very into, and a lot of people do like the ability to have it within a work area. And in the staff report, not to go, to read it, but in talking, well, in the section of the staff report that talked about areas designated for office and industrial within a park, it talked about the land use plan acknowledging the need for limited service type of uses. And in this section of the ordinance, it does talk about health clubs or facilities as part of what could be considered an appropriate use in these areas. In conclusion, the owners of 1001 Sheldon Drive are very much committed to working with the folks at 901 Sheldon. They are committed to working with Highwoods. They hope to be able to resolve the issues. They very much want to stay at this location. They've got a good group of people who are coming there to train, and also from a business standpoint, they are also employing people on their staff that hope that they can stay there and continue to run the business. I'll be happy to answer questions, and there are folks that own the property that are here also if you have any additional questions, and thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Todd. This time I'll open up the public hearing for this rezoning at Weston, REZ 12, REZ 15, and I would invite the first speaker forward at this time.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Debbie Bradley. I'm a Town of Cary resident. I live very close to Excel Body Fitness. have been going there for about 14 weeks. I've belonged to other health clubs in this city. I think Excel Body Fitness offers something that others don't. I definitely see it as a wellness center, not just a gym. I am getting nutritional counseling, had some physical therapy, as well as instruction from the excellent team there in getting in shape and changing my lifestyle and learning how to make wellness a big part of my life. I live very close to that area. It is a great convenience to me. I think it definitely meets a need for myself as well as many other people in Cary. And I hope that you can give consideration to allowing this to continue, as I do think it's a very great business and great facility, and definitely an asset to me and other citizens of Cary.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Pantia Dugani. I'm the co-founder of Excel Body Fitness. My business partner and I started this business about 2 years ago. We started from a church, and then we found this wonderful location that we moved to, and we made it our home, basically. And we are employing at this time 25 part-time people. The thing that has come up with the complaint was the parking. I was talking to one of our customers who's also our neighboring, the 3001 Sheldon Drive, which owns, basically there are a group of people over there, 7 of them that come and use the facility. The company's called MTS, and they are, this gentleman was here, but he had to leave, so I thought maybe I should just say what he was gonna say here. He has 130 people that come in at 7 o'clock in the morning. That's just one shift. And they all come in at 7 a.m. and they all leave at 3:30 p.m. And they all use the same entrance to the parking lot. And as long as they've been there, and I don't know how long they've been there, they have had never any problem as far as either accidents or, too much problems or troubles, traffic-wise, anything like that. And of course, all of you know that Austin Foods or Kellogg's is on the other side of the Sheldon Drive, and they have, a bunch of traffic. And again, there is no incidents for the 8 months we've been there that we have seen. That's all I want to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Excuse the way I look, I came straight from work tonight. I'd like to speak also, in addition to Debbie Bradley, as a member that's Steve Poythers, I'm sorry. I live in Cary, North Carolina, and I've been a member for 2 years of Excel Body Fitness. Since Excel Body Fitness has started, I think from what I need to explain and how I need to explain it is, it's not the typical O2 Fitness, Lifetime Fitness, Beyond Fitness, Gold's Gym, CrossFit, really anything that's out there. And speaking for it, on a schedule-oriented basis, there's a cap per every class right now, which includes for the amount of parking and the amount of people that can actually take this class. And the cap is somewhere between the average of 40 to 45 people per class. As of right now, through all the classes that they have through the week, the 5:30 a.m. class and also the 9:30 a.m. class are the only 2 classes that are quote-unquote booked or sold out. Everything else generally has about 20 to 30 members per class. And in the 5:30 and 9:30 class, there's still unusual an average of about 8 to 10 parking spots left. So I think the question was brought up originally in another meeting previous that, well, what if another 100 people walked in the door and just wanted to take class? Like I said, it's not the typical O2 Fitness or Lifetime Fitness or Beyond Fitness where anyone can just come and do it. There's a cap on this per class. If you go to the website, which actually shows all the schedule of the classes, and any of you guys want to become members, if you would like to join the 5:30 class, and it's booked, you guys would have to join the 6:30 class, 8:15 class, 9:30, and the rest of the classes that are scheduled throughout the day. So I don't foresee parking being an issue if there were an extra 100 members that came in the door, because as of right now, there's been people on the 5:30 waiting list for over 2 years that have either picked a different time slot, they've joined another gym, or they've opened up other classes throughout today to help that. So I just wanted to let you guys know from a member standpoint, when it comes to the time slots per hour, it's almost more similar to a one-on-one, but it's more of a 1-on-30, 1-on-40 personal training session for that specific hour. And it's not this morning time or nighttime rush that's at 6 in the morning or 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock at night where you're going to get 80 people all of a sudden that try and take this class that's overcrowded. So if you guys have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. But I just wanted you to be able to understand how the schedule's been run for the amount of parking that's there and how the member basis is based upon the classes per hour.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Bill Basinius. I'm Managing General Partner at BDR Realty, LLC. We are the owners of the adjacent property at 901 Sheldon Drive, which includes part of the shared entrance road with 1001 Sheldon Drive. I'm also president of Educated Design Development Incorporated, the sole tenant of this facility. We are a very high-tech engineering business. In fact, we were the 2008 Cary Technology Company of the Year. We have filed a protest petition regarding this amendment. My comments today are based on our protest petition and the public hearing summary for this topic. My comments can be grouped into 3 areas of concern. Number 1, we do not believe you should make amendments to the PDD unless, 1, they're supported by the Property Owners Association, which would mean that the amendment is supported by a majority of the property owners in the PDD and should provide equal benefits for all property owners in the PDD, not just a single property owner. Weston POA does not support this use or amendment, and only adjacent property owners have been queried. As property owner, I'd like to say, we invested millions of dollars in our Weston Park property with the understanding that our investment would be protected by a specific set of zoning and covenant restrictions on use. How can you amend the PDD without complete support? Our second concern is this facility and use does not meet the guidelines for rezoning consideration. Looking at your public hearing summary available on your website, the principal use of the building is required to be office. The building in question is not predominantly office space with a wellness center included within. Rather, the building is predominantly the fitness center. And the attached business is a chemical research facility, not office space. In addition, the number of entrances exceed the number permitted. They have at least 3 entrances to their facility, as they've had up to 3 separate tenants in that building at any one time. It is not a wellness center. By their own admission, their business model is not aimed at small group and one-on-one training. You heard 40 to 45 students in a class. It's called Excel Fitness Center because their business model is the same as the other fitness centers, to get big. How big? Well, they've only been there a few months, and so far they have 300 plus members and growing. 9 to 12 classes a day and increasing. Some classes have as many as 48 attendees. You do the math. That's not 18 trips in the AM peak hour period as stated in your summary. I've seen more than 18 cars flow under their lot in less than 1 minute. The fact is they bring large waves of cars, 40 to 50 or more at a single shot, and it happens every hour throughout the morning and the afternoon. There's a new batch of classes and attendees every hour, as you just heard the attendees explain yourself. Consequently, this means that all the traffic data in the parking section of your summary is incorrect, all of it. They claim that the facility would only generate 18 trips during the AM peak hour period. 18! With 50 people in the class, how they do that? This is grossly understated considering they have some classes that are already full with 48 users, plus you heard they have up to 25 employees. The parking lot is regularly full, regularly. The traffic level already greatly exceeds any previous use, even though they say it doesn't. Based on current schedules on their own website showing up to 12 classes a day and some classes having up to 48 attendees, plus employees that come and go, the facility will easily generate 500 trips a day plus, and that's current. This is basically a retail traffic pattern. Based on a traffic study should be necessary, and it would show that the incredibly heavily traffic that they cause with their classes hour after hour. And the third area of concern is a severe negative impact on adjacent property owners, namely us. Inadequate parking for the number of members plus other tenants. They've already overflowed the parking lot onto our property several times. At least one employee has repeatedly parked in the fire lanes between us, and even their ongoing construction workers have had to park in their loading dock. Besides everything we talked about, there's a significant complicating matter called the shared road agreement. In fact, the only entrance to our facility is a road shared with the building in question, and this road is also the only entrance to their main parking lot, a parking lot which contains over 90% of their parking spaces. This is a signed shared road agreement authored by the town of Cary, signed by both the previous owners of 901 and 1001. The road and the road share agreement did not anticipate a retail traffic pattern. The road is not sufficient for the high traffic volume we discussed. There are numerous safety problems presented by their volume and type of traffic, and I can tell you, I'm a registered expert witness and I'm a product safety engineer. So I can tell you, I can speak on safety.
I'm going to have to interrupt you. Your time is expired. If you'd like to leave your comments with the town clerk, we'd love to hear them and see them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council and staff. My name is Randy Robertson. I'm here representing Highwoods Property, who owns a 19-acre tract adjacent to the subject property. Highwoods Property is also the declarant of the Western Property Owners Association. Highwoods has filed a protest petition against this rezoning request based on the following concerns. The first is the inadequacy of available parking. The 26,000 square foot facility has 71 existing plus 3 handicap spaces available. Based on meetings and correspondence with the landlord and tenant, XL Body Fitness will need 60 to 65 parking spaces for their peak demand. If we use the 65 space requirement, this would only leave 6 spaces for the remaining tenant parking. We understand XL Body Fitness, who is currently occupying 13,000 feet, will propose to shrink their space requirements to 10,000 feet, but will continue to need the 65 spaces for their classes. This will only leave 6 spaces for the remaining 16,000 feet of building, which is obviously woefully underparked. During a meeting with the petitioner at the site on July 16th, Highwoods voiced the parking concerns associated with this use and requested the petitioner provide solutions to our concerns that could be reviewed and vetted. It was not until after the protest petition was filed that we were contacted by the Tenants Council to discuss a potential solution. Within 24 hours of that request, Highwoods met with and gave feedback to the Tenants Council on the suggested parking solution. Secondly, we have concerns and impact on the neighboring property owner, which you just heard. Highwoods is requesting the applicant schedule joint meetings with the adjacent property owner, ED&D, and Highwoods to discuss the concerns which have been raised by both parties but are unresolved. These meetings will hopefully facilitate a dialogue to determine if the identified issues can be satisfied to the approval of all parties involved. In closing, Highwoods is not against this use in Weston, and far from it. We support fitness, and we're looking for ways to incorporate these types of uses in our office parks today. We do believe, however, the properties have to be designed and parked to meet the needs of the tenants and the community it serves. We look forward to being a part of the discussion as this case moves forward in your review and approval process. I'd like to thank you for your time and your service to the citizens of Cary. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker for this public hearing, please. Anyone else for this public hearing? Anyone at all? Seeing no one, I'm going to close this public hearing and open it up to council members for questions or comments. Mr. Frantz?
First question, it's my understanding the business has been here for 2 years already?
Not at this site. 8 months at the site
8
in
months at the
business.
site. How did they get a privilege license if the zoning is not compatible?
I don't know that they have one. I have not asked that
okay.
question. That's a good question. We do know there is no building permit, so.
Okay. And then in regards to adding, they've agreed to add parking?
We don't have the specifics. We just got that 2 days ago, that,
So we don't know how many
proposal.
spaces or anything. We just know that they're,
We know that the current parking is inadequate.
got that part. But we don't know how many extra they're proposed.
We haven't seen a site plan yet. It would require a site plan, and a site plan could run concurrently with a rezoning. So this is something that we've just started discussions with the applicant, that would be a requirement to submit a site plan if they wanted to add parking spaces.
Can I ask the applicant to expand on that, please? Really what I'm kind of looking for or hoping for is that the applicant, the neighbors, Highwoods and folks can get together, come up with something before this gets to P&Z.
Absolutely. Before I do the parking, I spoke to Pantia, one of the founding partners of Excel Body Fitness, and they do have a privilege license.
Okay.
We went out with an engineer on the site and looked at, we were able to find plans for this site, which actually had an additional building plan for it, and it actually located parking areas for future parking based on this new addition that never happened. So there is room available to add parking. What we'll need to do is work with staff to come up with a way, hopefully, to have a condition or something that can tie down the number of spaces and just making sure that there's room. Now, in talking and meeting with the engineer on the site, there is room to add the parking that would be needed. I think we just have to come up with what that number is. We know what the number is based on what we're proposing and what the code says, because we've met with staff and we understand that there's the parking count for wellness centers and the parking count for the rest of the building. And I can assure you that the people that I'm working with have tried to reach out post-neighborhood meeting. There's just been some issues, I think, that have made that difficult. And we have talked to Highwoods and, the neighbor, and we, hope to be able to sit down and come up with something that could satisfy everybody.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Adcock?
I think this is a question for Deborah. Deborah, speak a little bit to the gentleman who's the tenant owner in 901. Talked about the discrepancy in the staff report at the bottom of page 2 of 5 about the traffic generation and the...
That's the ITE trip generation
Right.
studies, and that's based on national standards, and
It certainly sounds low, based on the fitness centers I'm familiar
right.
with and the number of people they've even said come into classes and everything. I mean, it definitely needs a look before it gets to P&Z, I would say.
Other comments or questions? This will be going to P&Z, and it seems like there's a lot of work to be done before it gets to P&Z, and I hope that work gets done so that P&Z has something good to look at.
This would not be able to be scheduled until at least October because of the short, time turnaround. So that would allow some extra time, and if things have not been addressed or resolved, then staff will certainly talk to the applicant about delaying it until we can have some answers.
And it also seems like there's likely to be changes, and so that means we'll likely
There would
have
be
a
another public hearing, that's
Yeah.
correct.
Okay.
Excuse me, what is the impact on the current business? I mean, they're obviously been there for quite some time. What is the impact while this goes through its process? They continue to operate as normal? Are there any issues?
Well, there is an issue, and that's why time is of the essence of getting this resolved, because it's operating as an illegal use today. So it is important that a decision be made in a timely fashion. So staff has advised the applicant that they need to move on this quickly. And we've told them that they can't delay this, they need to take action on it. So our zoning compliance supervisor has made that clear, that we need this addressed promptly.
And not to place blame, what is the normal process? How could this have been, is it something that would have been caught in the normal business process associated with a privilege license? I'm not
Well, the fire
familiar.
department does periodic inspections as well. And if someone has not obtained a building permit for a use, then they'll bring it to the attention of the planning department. There are times that things are brought to our attention because of a neighbor calling and raising the question.
Okay.
Other questions or comments? Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Granite. Thank you, Ms. Top.
Okay.
And is it the council's wish to take a quick break? We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back as soon as we can.
On the meeting? Yes, sir.
we'll reconvene our council meeting and move to our next item. Our next item is a public hearing on the annexation 12A05. We're going to hear a report from our staff, then conduct the public hearing, and we may take action on this item tonight. This time, I'll recognize Mr. Nicholas of our staff who will present this item. Mr. Nicholas.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This is a request for annexation of approximately 17.43 acres of property located at 9824 and 9830 Morrisville Parkway, just north of the intersection with Green Hope School Road and Ferguson Road. Request also includes an additional 1.35 acres of adjacent right-of-way. The site is in Cary's ETJ. Current zoning designation is residential 40. Request is associated with a subdivision plan number 12 SB01, which is a proposed development of 26 lots. This concludes the presentation.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'll open up the public hearing for this annexation and would invite the first speaker forward at this time. Anyone to speak for this public hearing on the annexation 12A05? Seeing no one, I'm going to close this public hearing and open it up to council members. If you have any questions or comments
Make
for
a
staff.
motion to approve 12A05.
There's a motion.
Second.
And a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Nicholas. Our next public hearing is 12 SU003, the Prestonwood Country Club Special Use. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. An overview of the hearing procedures and detailed rules are attached to the printed agenda. All speakers who want to speak during this public hearing must be administered an oath by the town clerk. I'm going to pause for a moment to allow those individuals who want to speak at this public hearing that have not received their oaths to approach the town clerk at this time. Anyone at all? Doesn't look like there is. Okay, so I'll now ask council members, starting on my right, going to my left, if they have any ex parte communications to disclose. Ms.
I have none to disclose, Mayor.
I have none.
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 All right, that concludes that. And I'll open up the quasi-judicial public hearing. We're going to call on the applicant's attorney to present arguments and evidence in support of the application by addressing the applicable approval criteria.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. The next item on this evening's council meeting agenda is a special use request by the Prestonwood Country Club to allow previously installed grade changes to several putting greens within the special flood hazard area. The special flood hazard area is the land subject to 1% or greater chance of being flooded in any given year. This is also known as the 100-year floodplain. Development within this area is prohibited to protect public health, safety, and general welfare of the citizens of Cary. The property is located in the Preston subdivision and is bordered to the south by High House Road, to the east by Crabtree Crossing Parkway, and to the north by Morrisville, the town of Morrisville, near Morrisville Parkway. Due to the type of improvements for this project, a formal site plan was not required to be submitted. Therefore, improvements associated with site plan submittals are not required. The current land use for the property is a private golf course listed under parks and open space. The property is within the planned development district for Preston, with the nearest equivalent zoning being Resource Recreation District. The property is fully contained within the town limits. The majority of the property is contained within the FEMA-designated special flood hazard area. The two main channels which run through the property are Crabtree Creek and Coles Branch, which is a tributary to Crabtree Creek. The site is surrounded by the existing developments which comprise the Preston community. The request coming to council for special, the request is coming to council for special use because the land development ordinance does not allow development within the special flood hazard area with the exception of roads, public utilities, and greenways. The two greens in question, holes 2 and 3, are located near the confluence of Crabtree Creek and Coles Branch, and as you can see, they are in the special flood hazard area, the area in green and pink. Typically, developments of Typically, developments that are submitted with proposed impacts to the special flood hazard area would go to council for special use request before the plan is approved. In this case, the Prestonwood Country Club originally submitted a plan that indicated the final green elevation, the grading elevations would not be changed when construction was complete. Therefore, this work would be considered a temporary impact and fall under routine maintenance that would not require special use approval. Work commenced and was completed in the summer of 2011. Post-construction as-built surveys showed final grades did not match pre-construction grades. Some of the grades were higher and some of the grades were lower than pre-construction grades, but taken as an average, the total grade change was a decrease. There are areas which created mounds which have the potential to change the flood flows in the vicinity of the putting greens and impact the safety of adjacent property owners. Because the work resulted in grade changes within the special flood hazard area, this work can no longer be considered routine maintenance and must obtain approval from council. Along with the base application, the applicant has included a flood study conducted by a professional engineer to predict the effects of the grade changes to on the greens. The study is based upon the existing FEMA flood model for this area and is consistent with standard engineering practices for flood studies. The model has been reviewed and its conclusions accepted by staff and by state agency personnel who represent FEMA. The model indicates there is no increase in the 100-year flood elevation as a result of the grade changes. As you are aware through the staff report, this type of development does require council approval through the special use process. No specific conditions beyond council approval are required per the land development ordinance. Special use process has 7 specific approval criteria. The 7 criteria are: the proposed use will generally conform with the comprehensive plan, will not endanger public health, be reasonably necessary, will not harm adjacent property values, be in harmony with the surrounding area, be served by public services, and will not cause undue traffic problems. Each of these acceptance criteria have been addressed specifically in the staff report. And that concludes staff's presentation to council on this special use request. I will now turn the podium over to the applicant to make their case. Staff and the applicant will be available following the public hearing to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. This time I invite the applicant's attorney forward.
Mr. Mayor and council members, my name is Ken Eagle. I'm an attorney and I represent Prestonwood Country Club from time to time on various matters. I'm also a member at Prestonwood, and as one of those individuals who continues to frustrate himself trying to play that wonderful game of golf, I am painfully aware of the hazards of these 2 holes because they have gotten me on a number of occasions. But seriously for a moment, we're here tonight. We would prefer not to be here. It was not our intention originally to be here. When this work was commenced, the intention of renovating the Highlands golf course greens was twofold. One was to bring them up to current United States Golf Association standards, and the other was to get grass on the greens that would be more heat resistant and weather tolerant over the years. Obviously, improving that would improve the play and enjoyment of the golf course as well. As Mr. Clinton has pointed out, we submitted plans for this work. A golf course architect was employed and plans were submitted, and then the applicant hired a professional golf course contractor, an experienced contractor from Southport, North Carolina, to do the work. After the work was finished, as part of the work, or part of the process, the as-built surveys were done, and it disclosed that there were some, that variations had exceeded a minor allowance that was allowed in the plan. And but because of that, after conferring with staff, it was determined that the first thing maybe we should consider is going back in and redoing the work and bringing the area back within the tolerances of the approved plans. We preferred not to do that for several reasons. The main one being we would have to go right back in to the sensitive area of the floodway and redo work that had just recently been completed. The other reason was that it was not practical to do it immediately because the SAS Championship, which is a PGA Champions Tour event that's held at Prestonwood, was coming up soon, and both of these holes are part of the 18 holes that are used for the SAS Championship. So that was not a real good practical solution for us. Another thing that we discussed to look at was, let's see exactly what impact this work may have had on the floodway and see what we're really dealing with here. And so that's when we commissioned a flood study. And I have with me Mr. William Lee of Withers and Ravenel engineers here in Cary, who did this flood study. And I would like to ask him to just take a few minutes and give you a little more detail about what he did and what the flood study involves and what the results of it were. So, Mr. Lee.
Evening, Mayor, Council. Billy Lee, Vice President of Water Resources for Withers and Ravenel here in Cary. I'm a licensed professional engineer. I'm a certified floodplain manager. I've been practicing in engineering for about 20 years. And as part of the process, in supporting this special use request, we did a detailed flood modeling of Crabtree Creek and Coles Branch. And we started that modeling right towards the end of the year, first of this year, and to look at modifications that were done on the greens. There were 3 models that were compiled as a part of the detailed study. We evaluated Crabtree Creek from Morrisville Parkway to High House Road, and we also looked at Coles Branch from the confluence with Crabtree Creek to Cary Parkway. These studies that we did provide more comprehensive detail than the latest published FEMA flood insurance study for Wake County. The FEMA models predate the 1992 flood insurance study, and the latest 2006 flood insurance study was a redelineation of the 1992 study, which means that the models were not up to date, only the maps were changed. For our study, we collected field survey data for the greens that were in the floodplain, as well as features such as culverts, bridge crossings, lake outlets, to supplement FEMA-approved LIDAR topography to do our study. We also completed detailed surveys of greens 2 and 3 to provide a basis for the study, since these greens are in the regulated floodway. Pre- and post-construction models were compiled from this data using a conservative approach to establish features within the floodplain around the green. Exhibit 1 in the application depicts the pre-post construction survey, and as Dan had mentioned, Green 2 had an average of 0.75 decrease in elevation, and Green 3 had a decrease in elevation of around a half a foot. This could be beneficial to the floodplain in that we're taking dirt out, or earth out of the floodplain, which means there's more room for the water. There's the potential for no impact to even a reduction in the floodplain. we were able to conclude from our comprehensive modeling that the construction activities that are the subject of this special use permit cause no rise to the 100-year floodplain and no effect to the regulatory flood elevations or boundaries. Our studies were reviewed by the North Carolina Department of Public Safety, Division of Environmental Management, or Emergency Management, excuse me. They're the FEMA delegated authorities in North Carolina. They found that there, and I quote, finds no objections to the findings of no increase in the base flood elevation or floodway elevation and no change in the floodway width. So FEMA approved our studies, and the findings are that the green construction has no impacts on the regulated FEMA floodway or floodplain.
And, excuse me, and in addition to what Mr. Lee has to say, I would also like to, in support of the applicant's application, to formally introduce as part of our evidence all of the exhibits that are listed in the staff report that I believe you have copies of. And I would just like to conclude our part of this by briefly addressing the seven items that you're required to find to allow our special use. First, again, to reiterate that we really do regret the fact that we're having to be here. We're not intending to when we started this process, and we would have preferred that everything be constructed completely within the minor tolerances. And hindsight being what it is, if we were doing this again, we probably would have monitored it a little more closely, had some surveyors and engineers out there to take some survey readings, and while the grading process was going on, the regrading, and then we could have dealt with it much easier than dealing with it now would be. But having said that, we are certainly relieved to know that the net impact of the raising of some areas and the lowering of some areas is not having an adverse effect on the floodplain. So that's a real positive aspect of this. The seven criteria, first one being that the proposed use or development of the land will generally conform with the comprehensive plan, other official plans and manuals or documents adopted by the town. Though, as pointed out by Mr. Clinton, I believe it's parks sort of designation on the comprehensive plan at the present time, parks and open space, and it's consistent with that. This golf course has been there for over 20 years now. This part of the golf course was part of the original golf course at Prestonwood before it became 3 complete golf courses. So it has been there for over 20 years. The second criteria is that the proposed use or development of the land will not materially endanger the public health or safety. We feel like because of the flood study that showed that there is no net impact on the floodplain, that criteria is met because of that. It really didn't change anything. To go back at this point and redo it to get to the same result, I'm not sure that we would accomplish anything other than redisturbing the land at this point. The third item is the proposed use is reasonably necessary for the public health or general welfare, such as by enhancing the successful operation of the surrounding area in its basic community functions, or by providing an essential service to the community. Again, the golf course has been not only serving its members, but the community for 20 plus years. Currently, there are 3 different high school golf teams who practice and play their matches at Prestonwood. My recollection is that years ago, before they got their own golf course, that was also some practice facility for North Carolina State and their golf team. There are numerous events held on the golf course at Prestonwood for nonprofit organizations, charitable organizations in Cary. Almost every Monday, it seems, during golf season, there's an outing, and typically these are fundraising events for these various organizations. I mentioned earlier the SAS Championship. This will be the 12th year of what has been a very successful event on the Champions Tour. It raises money for charities locally. Last year, the money went to the We Build People campaign of the YMCA. And, you know, it's been a very successful event. It brings a lot of people into Cary. It brings good publicity, not only for Prestonwood, but for the town of Cary, good both written press and the fact that the Golf Channel covers this event every year. And I've seen their presentations on TV, and they have very nice things to say about Cary, typically, in addition to Prestonwood during their presentations. So we feel like we do meet that criteria based on that. The fourth one is the proposed use or development of the land will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property. For the most part, these two golf holes are adjoined by street or golf holes, or part of the golf course. There is a town, you can see on the slide, there's a townhouse development that comes up to the back of green number 3. We asked Stacy Anfinson to take a look at this and give his opinion, which is in his letter that's part of the materials, that there is no detrimental effect on the property values. In fact, keeping your golf course maintained certainly helps the values of adjoining properties, not only immediately adjoining properties, but all the other properties in the golf course community. So the fifth one is the proposed use or development of the land will be in harmony with the scale, bulk, coverage, density, and character of the area or neighborhood in which it is located. Nothing's really changed as far as those items are concerned. So we feel that's met because of no change in that. The same is really true with the last two criteria. One, the proposed use is appropriately located with respect to transportation facilities, water supply, fire and police protection, waste disposal, and similar facilities. We've not increased any need for those by the renovation to the Highlands Golf Course. And finally, the proposed use will not cause undue traffic congestion or create a traffic hazard or unsafe pedestrian pathway. Again, no new demands on the traffic system or anything that affects those items. So that's our presentation. We are both available for questions. I also have with us tonight Matt Massey, who's the general manager of Prestonwood Country Club, and he's certainly available for any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and please bear with me as we go through a required process.
Yes, certainly.
This time, I would like to invite speakers who have been sworn in and who wish to speak in support of the application to approach the podium at this time. Anyone to speak in support? Not, I'll move on. At this time, I'd like to invite anyone that's sworn in who is opposed to this request who may cross-examine the applicant's attorney and any witnesses who testified, which none did, in support of this request. Anyone at all? I'll move on. We'll now open the hearing to those who are opposed to the request. Please approach the podium. No one at all. We'll keep moving. We'll now invite the attorney representing the applicant to cross-examine. Since no one spoke, I assume there is no cross-examination.
I could do that anyway. I mean,
We'll now ask if anyone sworn in has any objections to the incompetent evidence or testimony. And I see no one. Before I close the public comment portion of the hearing, I'll ask if any party believes there is additional new evidence that warrants a continuance of this hearing. I see no one. Do council members have questions or comments?
I just have one item to mention. I think it would be a good idea to let everyone know that I am a Prestonwood Country Club member, and I don't have any preconceived notions. And it is a very difficult Highlands number 2 and number 3. Thank you.
All of us are.
Yeah, I was going to say, I am, Gale is,
I am, Dawn is.
I think
So
we
I
all
think
are.
it's just worthwhile to.
Jack's the one holding it.
You can come visit us sometime.
So that takes care of questions, comments. I'll entertain a motion at this time, and I'll refer council to prepared motions in the staff report.
Okay, I'll take a stab at it, and if I make a mistake, the attorney can correct me. Upon conducting...
Make a mistake, we'll give you a mulligan.
Upon conducting a duly advertised public hearing and considering the application materials, the testimony, and the evidence presented at the hearing or otherwise appearing in the record, and upon considering the approval criteria in Section 3.8.3, I move that we approve the request and adopt the proposed resolution and permit, including the staff comments shown on the worksheet. That's where I'm not sure. Yeah, okay. As findings to support the determination that the proposed use meets all of the approval criteria set forth in Section 3.8.3. This approval shall include the following conditions. The resolution and permit approved by the Town Council and the special use application shall be recorded with the Wake County Register of Deeds upon the expiration of the appeal period per Section 3.8.4E of the LDO. The original recorded resolution and permit shall be returned to the Planning Department when received from the Register of Deeds.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion. My only part of the discussion is a question with the town attorney. Has anything been omitted to this point?
You're on track.
Good. Any other questions or comments? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And that concludes the public hearing, and so I will close the quasi-judicial public hearing. Thank you so much for your time. We now move to item F1A, the Fumagalli rezoning reference number 11REZ11. We tabled it at our last council meeting, so first let's get a motion to remove this from the table.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, and it's off the table, or it's on the table, off the table. And Ms. Grannon of our staff will present the staff's report and recommendation. We don't have a Planning and Zoning Board recommendation since we received that at our last council meeting. Ms. Grannon.
Thank you. I'll just refresh your memory briefly and bring Mr. Yerha up to speed on a little bit of the history with the case. This is a request to rezone approximately 12.85 acres located at 9733 Green Level Church Road. Here's the vicinity map showing the subject property. And the land use plan is medium density residential and has a parks designation. Parks can also mean open space. It doesn't necessarily mean an active park. The land use plan, which was amended in 2009, had notes associated with it indicating that approximately 10.35 acres should be medium density residential and that the open space or the parks area should be approximately 2.5 acres. There was also a note, is also a note on the Northwest Area Plan that the maximum density be 5.5 dwelling units per acre on the entire property. The existing zoning is residential 40. The applicant has proposed transitional residential conditional use. When this was first presented to council in January of 2012, there was a proposal for a maximum of 65 dwelling units. The use be limited to townhomes. A 75-foot building setback was proposed from the western property line. There was a provision to provide 2.6 acres of open space with the exception for a sewer line, municipal sewer line. This is an illustration that was furnished by the applicant showing the open space area in green and the 75-foot building setback in orange. This is an aerial view that staff prepared that just helped illustrate the conditions a little bit more closely in relation to the existing homes on the adjacent subdivision. This shows you the approximate distances of the open space area and the building setback in relation to the adjacent existing subdivision. I'd also like to point out that in addition to a distance of approximately 300 feet in the area to the south, narrowing to about 150 feet, there's an existing buffer. It's a variable width buffer that's approximately 25 feet in width on the adjacent property, and then it widens to the north. After the initial Town Council meeting, and in response to neighborhood concerns, the applicant introduced additional zoning conditions. They proposed a 45% masonry requirement on exterior walls. The land development ordinance calls for a 35% masonry standard. They proposed a minimum of 2,000 square feet of heated space per dwelling unit. They introduced a stormwater condition that exceeded LDO standards. They put in a condition that would limit the height of exterior parking lot lighting to 18 feet as opposed to the 30 feet that's required, and it be shielded with cutoff fixtures. And they put language in the zoning conditions that would help screen vehicular use areas with evergreen landscaping. They also listened to one of the primary concerns from adjacent property owners, and that was that there was a fear of a negative impact on property values. So the applicant contracted with a private appraiser who prepared a study, and that was presented to the Planning and Zoning Board, and the appraiser stated that the research showed there would not be a negative impact on the property values to the adjacent single-family detached homes. There was a lot of discussion at the Planning and Zoning Board meeting about traffic patterns and circulation, and we did discuss the fact that there were a number of issues that had to be addressed at the time of site plan. And there was also a concern about future connectivity, that there was only going to be one access point to and from the site, and we showed this slide to show that there is the potential for connectivity to the north of the subject property. As you may recall, the Planning and Zoning Board recommended the plan for approval 7-2. Mr. Swanstrom reported that the Planning and Zoning Board did see that this was an appropriate transition between the high-density residential to the north of the subject property and the low-density residential to the west of the subject property and the institutional uses across the street. There were concerns from the two dissenting votes about traffic, and as I stated, those are some issues that need to be addressed further at site plan. The applicant did not want to introduce additional zoning conditions, but they were trying to get the protest petitions removed. So after meeting with council members and meeting with staff, they did introduce additional zoning conditions that each unit would have a 2-car garage, that the buildings be limited to 3 stories, and that there be no chain link fence on the subject property. Still, there is a protest petition that remains valid. One of the protest petitions was removed just recently. The areas in yellow show where the protest petitions are still valid. After hearing some direction from one of the council members so that staff could provide analysis of how the applicant's zoning conditions had addressed the neighborhood concerns and where the LDO comes into place, we prepared this summary for your consideration. As I stated, the applicant did prepare a private study to evaluate the impacts on the adjacent property. School capacity is regulated by Wake County. Traffic impacts, traffic study will be required at the time of site plan. There may be some road mitigations. Road improvements are something that would be a requirement if this development were to occur, and sidewalk would be a requirement for this applicant to install. Stormwater management and environmental impacts, a condition was introduced by the applicant to address those so that they would exceed LDO standards. There was a wish to keep the original zoning expressed by more than one resident. The residential 40 zoning is not consistent with the land use plan and wasn't intended to be the permanent zoning on this property. That's how it came into Cary, and that's a holding pattern zoning, as Mrs. Robinson explained to some of the neighbors. The buffer performance would have to meet LDO standards. The applicants offered conditions that exceed the size area, but the opacity, when it's required, would still be a requirement. That's something that we would look at the time of site plan. Transition between uses. The proposed zoning is situated between high density to the north and low density development, and it does front a thoroughfare. So it does meet the intent of a transition between these different uses. A zoning condition was offered by the applicant to address light and noise impacts. There was a concern from neighbors about the abundance of multifamily in the vicinity. Townhomes are classified as a single-family attached product. Each one would be on an individual lot. There was one concern voiced about crime. Should this property develop, it would have to be annexed into the town limits and then would receive town services. This concludes staff's presentation. I did want to point out that just recently, after most of this report was prepared, I was still hearing from a citizen who wanted a condition introduced regarding off-site road improvements and a median, that the homeowners association in the future would be responsible for maintenance and installation of the median. And staff explained it's a DOT road. That is not something that the property owner can introduce on their property. That's something that has to be negotiated at the time of site plan review, who installs the median and the arrangements for that. But that was still an outstanding issue that staff explained to the citizen.
That would be addressed at site plan?
Right, right. It can't be tied to a zoning condition. Zoning conditions have to be tied to the subject property.
Thank you. I'll point out and repeat that this has a valid protest petition. It would take 6 affirmative votes to approve this request. And so I would open it up to council members for questions, concerns, comments, or motion.
Okay, I'll go ahead and start. I'm sure Lori and other people want to weigh in. Lori and I met with the residents to talk to them and hear what their concerns were. And I think it was our hope that they would be able to have their concerns allayed to the point where they would want to remove their protest petition. It looks like the applicant has done a lot to address what they could address in the rezoning conditions. And of course, there's always matters that, you know, we're not sure of, and that's why we directed the citizens to talk to staff to say what could be addressed in the rezoning and or what has to be addressed in the site plan. I have explained this to other people that I've talked to who live out in that area, that what we're looking at here is a decision about whether or not this applicant and the conditions that have been submitted are the best use for the land, given the land use plan as it is today, which is medium density. And I believe that this is a very good land use request, a rezoning request. We've had a lot of people coming in doing townhomes and multifamily that have not been willing to put in this many conditions or to reserve this much land. So I think there's a lot of benefits to these conditions in this project as defined.
Ms. Bush?
I would like to also thank Ms. Robinson for meeting with me and the homeowners. I also have great respect for all the homeowners that came to us with a very organized list of everything that they wanted. They're also in a very difficult spot in that corner, in that area. If you haven't been there, they're also living next to an area that's been partially developed and remaining vacant. And so it's very difficult for these beautiful homes to be impacted again with a potential opportunity of something that might get started but not finished. So I think that one of the best ways was to get the developer to meet with the homeowners and make as many concessions and conditions, which I thought they did a great job at doing. And so it's a very difficult one, I always try to put myself in their shoes, and I can understand all of their issues, but I really think that this is a product that will enhance their environment as well as make a nice transition to the multifamily that will be there.
Other questions? Well, actually, just kind of follow up. Ms. Laurie, you say that there was a development started and then it's just left undone. Where is that in relation to this?
It's directly to the north of the subject property, the high-density residential.
So that really kind of fosters the mistrust or the distrust, I would suspect. Okay, I just wanted to understand.
It's a high density, it's like a condo.
Right,
kind of
right. Okay, yeah.
We have other questions, comments, or motion?
Make a motion to approve 11 RAZ 11.
I'll second that.
There's a motion and second discussion.
What? Please? None. No, I mean, now I think I have a better understanding. I frankly was a little bit perplexed at the remaining concerns when there's been so many of those concerns addressed. So that really just was very helpful to me because, you know, folks, I can tell you it's better than 23 units to an acre. I'll guarantee you that. So it seemed like there was a lot of effort there and a lot of buffering type of thing. So.
And I would expect that the applicant will remember the concerns as they go forward with the site plan process.
And is there an opportunity for the citizens to be involved in that site plan? Can they continue to give their feedback? Because I don't want them to think that their voices weren't heard, especially when there's some of these items that aren't available till site plan.
When a site plan is submitted, after it goes through an initial review, when it's submitted for a second review, we send written notification to property owners within 400 feet, and we let them know that it's in-house, and they can comment on it, but it is a staff review that takes place. But part of staff's obligation is to look at the zoning conditions and make sure that they've been addressed in the site plan.
That's good for any of the citizens who are still, I'm certain, very much engaged. It's nice for them to know.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, a lot of history of these type of developments and the concern about property values, we've had a lot of history of analysts or specialists coming in and giving us that feedback. And the reality is that it is the unknown, and I could see where now that area that's not finished may have an impact. But, frankly, when you have a quality development that blends to the area and it appears to do that, there's typically not an impact to property values. If anything, it ought to help the situation out there since you have that other distressed area out there.
Mr. Yerha.
Yeah, I've been around rezonings for 14 years now, and I think I can count on my one hand how many I've supported that have had valid protest petitions against them. And here I am in my first council meeting where I can actually vote, and I'm going to do so. I'm going to support the rezoning. I've had a discussion with one of the homeowners out there. I understand his concerns. The discussion led to some concerns about some other things in that area, not necessarily with this rezoning. And I'm going to make it my business to do what I can to work with them and talk with them and see if we can resolve some of those things. But for this particular rezoning, I just can't help but support it.
Ms. Frantz?
I, too, would like to echo some of the comments about the applicant and the residents working together. I do think a lot of their voices have been heard, so I would hate for them to feel otherwise. I mean, given the amount of conditions they've placed on this, to me it says they were heard loud and clear. I'm not going to run through the list. Staff already did, but very pleased, and I will be supporting it.
Okay. Other comments or questions? We have a motion, second. We've had discussion. All in favor of this motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Grannon.
Thank you.
We now move to agenda item F2A. Do you want to
We got to do that.
jumping over
You
that?
got to do the legal stuff.
We're now at the statement of reasonableness and consistency for the Fumagalli rezoning. I'll refer to council to prepared motions and
I'll make
staff.
that motion for you, Mayor. I move approval of the statement of consistency and reasonableness regarding zoning case 11 REZ 11. The Town Council of the Town of Cary hereby states, Section 1, rezoning case 11 REZ 11 is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Section 2, based upon information presented at the public hearings and based upon the recommendations and detailed information developed by staff and/or the Planning and Zoning Board contained in the staff report, and considering the criteria of Section 3.4.1E of the Town of Cary Land Development Ordinance, rezoning case 11 REZ 11 is reasonable and in the public interest.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second. Discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We need to get our legislature to change that.
Time to adjourn now? Or?
Wishful thinking, Ed.
We now move to agenda item F2A, the ordinance amendments pertaining to backyard chickens. We tabled this item at our last council meeting, so let's get a motion to remove it from the table.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, and it's off the table. Mr. Olma of our staff will present the staff report and staff's recommendation, and we'll receive a planning and zoning board's, we received a planning and zoning board's recommendation at our last meeting, so we don't need that at this meeting. Mr. Olma.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council. 2 weeks ago, you did table this item and asked us to look at returning with some potential responses to some key issues. So we will run through those, and we put them in a couple of categories that we heard at the last meeting. One relating to the number of potential allowance on the number of backyard chickens, looking possibly at reducing the number from the draft of 6 down to 4. There were a couple of areas that dealt with looking at ways to increase protection for adjoining property owners or neighbors, and so those relate to setback requirements for the locations of coops and pen areas, as well as other aspects, the physical aspects of the design or construction of those coops. And there were a couple that fell in the category of procedural, one dealing with inspections and how that would work, as well as the idea or the notion of looking back again at whether or not some sort of form of neighbor approval in the application process should be considered. So we developed, and your staff report outlines this for you, so I'll quickly go through these. I should note that staff made sure that we had only a dozen slides for this particular presentation for you this evening. One was the idea of the issue dealing with slaughter, whether on-site or allowed at all or outdoor, and council's suggestion at the last meeting was to make a motion that would include, in the language, there would be a prohibition on any slaughter on the site. We did include it. That goes into the town code, not the LDO. Major Godwin is here again with us on that. So the change is there. The language is included. We added the language that we could in your staff report, so you see that in red and double underlined already in there, so you get a feel for those that we were able to make the sort of the easier changes, if you will. Police department wants you to know that in order to be able to verify such activities, it's not as easy as a zoning officer being able to go. They would actually have to do more work with that, and Mr. Godwin could respond to that one if you have questions. Reduce the allowed number of chickens from 6 to 4, included in the new revised language, and that number and establishing that number is up to council in terms of how many backyard chickens you may wish to permit. Protection for neighbors relating to things like setbacks or those areas. We have a couple of, and just laid out for you, a couple of ways that could be addressed, specifically with the setbacks. Another option would be, and Planning and Zoning Board considered this in their deliberation but did not move forward with that, is would be changing the areas and further limiting the zoning districts where this practice may occur. So if you have some concerns about this occurring on some of our smaller residential lots, TR, down to 6,000 square feet, and the proximity then of coops to adjoining neighbors, one way to provide protection for other neighbors would be to not allow that practice in those zoning districts. And we've got some information on the districts if that helps you. So that may be one way of getting at it. The other directly is just the setback requirement to increase that. If the proposal at the time we had was a flat 10-foot setback all the way around from the property boundaries, if council doesn't believe that's sufficient, establish a different number, a greater number. We drafted it with 15, but we could have left an underline in there and you sort of fill in the blank. One of the questions was going back, and maybe we should consider going back to what we had originally drafted as we started this. And we wanted to point out that many of the setbacks, side yard setbacks in the existing zoning districts are already 10 feet or less. So if 10 feet as a standard was not sufficient, we didn't think you'd want to go back and say, well, let's just use what the zoning district already allows. In TR, that could be as low as 3 foot. 3-foot side yard setback, and it uses an aggregate setback thing, so that would be less than 10 and clearly not achieving your objective of greater protection. Another option in the setbacks would be that rather than a single dimension, you could consider things like one standard for the side yards and then a different standard for the rear yards. So not much more complicated, but you could have a combination of 15 feet side, 20 feet rear, or 25, and then that may be something that, again, the number or that kind of language could be introduced fairly easily as you would consider this item. Just going back again, just to talk about the setbacks, these are the setbacks for you in the different districts that this would be introduced into. The 20, 12, and R8 all have the side yard setback of 10, and then the rear are 25 for both R12 and R20, and 20 feet in the R8 residential 8 zoning district. And then here again in the transitional district for the single family parts of that, either detached or patio, down to as low as 3, depending on what it is. So you would want to take a look at that. As far as those districts, just to give you a sense of what that entails, by those new categories, these new single-family residential districts, these are the number of lots in Cary that we have today and their percentage. So if council were inclined to say, we might not want to allow this activity in TR, try it from R8 and above, you would be eliminating 9,500 lots, for instance, in TR from the possibility of gaining an accessory use permit to consider this practice. So we can go back to that if that's something that you would want to see further. The other issues in terms of neighborhood approval, again, we did not include that. Staff went back, and as we thought about some of these things, our original discussions starting when this project started were trying to come up with a procedure that would be simpler, easier to administer, kind of enter it without a lot of complexity. So as we would start to do these kinds of things, how, that's not meeting that objective. As well, the issue of a neighbor originally approved, somebody else moves in, or vice versa, or how do you manage those kinds, sort of the moving target, if you will, of the changes that occur on a lot and adjacent lots, as well as a question just generally, and Chris may want to talk about that, about having a provision that says, well, you've got zoning and approval and the council establishes that, yet adjoining neighbors can sort of be the ones that make a determination on whether or not somebody can conduct a particular use. Finally, well, almost finally, the design and construction of coops, that was not, again, included as we worked. This would take us some more time about exactly what we would be looking at. Again, this was in sort of in that response to saying not being so prescriptive and so complicated in our work to have to establish all those standards and requirements, and we'd have to work on that. And then we'd have to be in a position to be able to then go and do more inspections and check and make sure that the materials were exactly what what was specified, or any other of those kinds of physical aspects or attributes of the construction. And finally, the inspection part, there's parts of this and we're not sure exactly how that would work or what the concern was of council on this, but we give you a couple of things here to think about. Again, we would expect to rely on their application of the applicant to determine compliance with these rules and regulations. So the application would require one to include a drawing, an illustration that shows the lot dimensions, the location of the house, and where this activity would occur. And then in some situations, I mean, on an R20 lot with nothing nearby, that'll be a very easy determination staff can meet. Doesn't require an inspection, and ultimately, if somebody fails to construct or erect or locate these facilities in the proper place, we'll know about it, and then, we'd be able to go out and deal with an enforcement issue rather than an inspection. And failure to comply with the permit is a zoning violation. And so we would use that capability that we already have in order to ensure compliance with the rules. We would expect to do an inspection if we were in a situation where it may be small lot, the lot configuration, we talked before about not every lot's a perfect rectangle, and so when staff could use judgment there to say, this is a case where we would need to go and double check and make sure they're showing a setback of X feet on the drawing, but it's awfully tight. We may want to go out and take a look as the permit is being reviewed and the application is moving forward to make sure that that property truly can meet our requirements. And obviously, again, inspections would occur in response to complaints. If this is allowed, then staff would respond to those like we do all kinds of other zoning issues. One final slide was we provided for you in the early materials the fact that the City of Durham enacted a program in 2009. They require what they call a limited agricultural permit within the city, and there's been a lot of discussion about how much can we expect, how rampant will this activity be, how much activity, who would be interested. So we double-checked and verified this week. We had earlier numbers for 2012, but since the program was enacted, you see the total number of permits issued for backyard chickens in the City of Durham. So you see the interest like you might expect, 18 in the first year, dwindling over time to 11 as of Tuesday or Wednesday of this week. And so a total of 55. They also don't do follow-up inspections to know that somebody may have gotten a permit in 2009 and is now no longer interested in keeping chickens, and they may not even be doing it anymore. So you don't even know necessarily if these are all active backyard chicken coops. And we have some information. City of Durham has 92,000 dwellings or lots in the city. In the single-family category is about 52,000 parcels. So you've got 55 limited agricultural permits issued for about 55,000 potential locations. So to give council a sense of scale, somebody may be better at the math, but it's
1,000.
1,000th, 0.000, whatever. So that may be useful to apply to our the number we had on our slide to give a sense of likely how many of these over a 4-year time period we may be looking at. So with that, Mayor, that's where we were able to take you to this evening. There was one other thing, a series of emails, and I think council was copied this week. It's a concern still on the
Waste.
The waste, composting and the waste disposal, chicken waste. And so what staff would also suggest, if you, in your staff report, as you would look at it this evening on page 9 of the report, in the middle section II, on manure and composting, staff would suggest, the intent was there to operate this way, but staff would suggest some additional language to give comfort to folks that chicken manure shall be, we would suggest, bagged and disposed of with household garbage or composted. So your options are remove it from the site or compost it.
On-site.
On-site.
See, you make that really clear because some people think of their yard waste that they're putting out for the town as going to a compost.
Oh,
So
well,
you just want to,
or compost it on-site.
yeah, something like that.
And so that would be an additional language text change that we would suggest to help respond to that. And I think that's it.
Earlier, Ms. Robinson had asked to be recognized to start this off this evening.
Okay,
So
all right, well, I appreciate you guys giving some extra time to this. I've talked to a lot of people who own chickens and want people to have chickens. I've talked to a lot of people who
don't want people to have chickens. I've talked to a lot of people who own chickens and have said, here's some good feedback from my experiences on what could make this give neighbors a greater sense of comfort. So I sent out that email. I actually sent one out 2 weeks ago from tomorrow on that Friday, and then I sent a follow-up one last Friday. The things that I had talked about, and I've talked about with some of you guys, were not included in the staff report. So if you don't mind, let me talk to you a little bit about what I thought would give neighbors a sense of comfort, because they're different from what staff mentioned. The first thing is, I heard from a lot of people who said, I'd feel more comfortable if I didn't have to fear that my neighbor's chicken coop was going to be closer to my house than their own house. And I thought by putting in a simple requirement that the chicken coop is constructed to be closer to the owner's structure, and that would be his house or his porch, than it is to his neighbor's structure, house, or porch. So that would be the first thing that I would include in the language. The second thing that I actually had two people who own chickens recommend is that you put the coop within a certain number of feet from the back of the house. Both of them citing that a person whose coop is closer is going to be more closely responsible or more responsible for the chickens. One person told me that if the chicken coop starts to smell like on a hot day, because their house is close to the coop, they'll smell it, they'll get out there and resolve it. They won't let it kind of become a bigger problem. So that is another idea, and I'm not saying we need to do both of these, although I think that would, if you did both of those, it would definitely give neighbors a lot of comfort, because they would not be thinking like, my neighbor's going to have chickens and it's going to become my problem. They'll feel like it's really tied to the owner's property. One of the other things that we talked about was the fact that chicken coops, once you put the chickens in, within 2 days, all the grass is plucked up by the chickens and it's just dirt. And so one person recommended that you put some type of screening along the side of the coop that would be closest to the neighbors, so that if the neighbors want a groomed, suburban-looking vista as they look out the back of their property, they're not looking at, bare ground of a chicken coop. They have some opaque shrubbery put in. One of the chicken owners that I talked to pointed out that the benefit of that would also be providing shade for the chicken coops. Another chicken owner who talked to me said that this person thinks that there should be shade for chickens at least, I think he said, quarter of the day. That it's just, just to be considerate of the animals. So if you put some kind of screening up along one side, you would have a couple benefits from it. I've gotten a lot of response on the number of hens. Some people have said if you pull that chicken coop closer to the back of the home and away from the neighbors' homes, it doesn't matter if you have 4 or 6 chickens, because then the neighbors don't feel like it's right on top of them. So it takes away the urgency of having fewer chickens, according to some people. Other people have said that you ought to tie the amount of chickens that you allow by how large the lot is, going up in size based on the lot. But to me, that gets into that, like, wow, this is getting really hard to manage. I mean, I don't want this to be something where we have to, somebody submits a permit and we have to go out before they can throw their chickens into the coop. We have to go out there and check it and verify everything. I would like this to be something that's used in a follow-up capacity, that if, my next door neighbor had chickens and they were bothering me and I call the town comes out and says, well, here's the problem. Your chicken coop is right on top of the neighbor's property line, and it's only 30 feet from her back of her house, and it's 150 from the back of your house, and just being able to compare it against the criteria that is set out. Say, move your coop and put up some shrubs, and we should probably be okay. Ed had mentioned, when I talked to Ed, the value of having a checklist on that permit saying, I understand my coop is supposed to be closer to the back of my house than my neighbor's, and just write out the criteria that's in this ordinance, and they check it off on the permit so that they say, I understand this, I get it. And I thought that was very good, a very good process. It's not labor intensive, but it also gets the point across that we want everybody to follow the standards. So those were the things that I had been thinking of. I know that at least one or two of the people I talked to were very concerned about waste disposal, so I'm glad staff looked into that and addressed it. And I think that's it.
Can I ask Jennifer a question about the shrubs? Maybe I didn't hear this right. I totally get the thing about about what they said about shielding it along one side. What about the neighbor on the other side?
Well, I don't want it to end up being like you have a chicken coop and you have, all the sides covered, 3 sides covered, because you have neighbors on all 3, which is a very likely scenario. And that's
choose what side?
I would say the one that the coop is closest to. Or you could do 2 sides. We've talked about that. Don and I were talking about 2 sides. If you do 2 sides, because it's the sides that it's closest to. But I'm trying to set it up so that we give protection without causing it to be really burdensome to the person who's owning the coop. So
Is the protection from seeing the coop, or is the protection from seeing something else? I'm trying to.
Well, there's a couple things. First of all, people say, I don't want to look at this coop. I mean, I don't want to have chickens. I like my manicured yard. I moved into a suburb so I could have a manicured looking yard, and now I'm going to have this chicken coop. So the idea is first to provide a visual shield. I've heard from other people who are saying you really need to have vegetation, grass or plants around your chicken coop because of the runoff. And I don't know a lot about that. That's not my field of expertise.
Runoff.
But we
Runoff
don't
from the
have
chicken coop.
screening
Like, it rains and you have the waste in the chicken coop, and that was the comment of a couple people. But the third benefit was providing this shade for the animals themselves.
But I just want to understand, we don't require screening for a doghouse or for a shed or for a kennel, a dog kennel, somebody put one back there, or anything else to protect animals today, do we?
No. There may be some that, just depending on, could be the exterior of a subdivision, or it could be the lot that happens to be adjacent to the buffer, and so you may get that, but not as a general LDO standard to have screening for those kinds of accessory uses.
Are there any best practices? I mean, does Durham or Raleigh or any of these other places that are doing it have any of these requirements that you're aware of when you all looked at this?
I don't remember that specific.
I've seen coops in Raleigh, and they don't have shrubbery around them.
I don't remember that particular topic. We looked at a number of ordinances.
Okay.
Just frankly, just don't remember that one.
Just thought I'd ask.
And I'm just struggling with the runoff concern, and I understand you're being people's mouthpiece, and I appreciate that. The coops I've seen, they have roofs. Chickens release their waste while they're sleeping at night, and they're perched, and they drop into the bottom of the coop. So when it rains, the rain doesn't get to the excrement. It falls off the chicken coop and onto the ground. And the way you clean a coop is you go in and clean out the bottom of the coop, but it's not on the ground. So there is no runoff of waste at the coops I've seen any, because they all have roofs to protect the chickens, because they want to be protected and on their little perches at night. So I'm just struggling with why that's a
I don't
problem.
know. These are just things that people have said to me, and I'm conveying those concerns and thoughts. But the biggest reason for the shrubs would be
to shield from the neighbors, right?
And I think a lot of people think of dogs as being a domestic animal. I think the difference here is that people consider chickens not to be domestic animals. They consider them to be farm animals, and we're talking about placing farm animals on a suburban lot, and I think that's why people say, hey, I'll look at a doghouse, but I don't necessarily want to look at a chicken coop, even though you might have the equal amount of dirt.
And they'd be more or less attractive.
I know, exactly.
I've seen some doghouses that are some that not so much.
Yeah.
So
That's kind of what I'm struggling with. I mean, the protection and what people expect. We just passed a rezoning that took weeks, where people didn't want another housing unit within 150 plus 25, 175 feet of them. Why? Because they thought it would affect their property values. Why? Because they put their life savings into it. And now we're looking at something where you can put it right next to somebody and they basically have no protection, and it will affect their property value, in my opinion. Now, I'm not a real estate agent. I can guarantee I wouldn't live next to one. I would move.
You say that, but how do you know that?
Well, I guarantee I wouldn't live next to one. I've lived with chickens. I've lived on a farm for 2 years. So. I've had cows, pigs, chickens, horses. So. Anyway, and I think there's a lot of people that feel that way. They feel that. I talk with people that lived in homeowner associations. I said, well, you should be okay. You live in a homeowner association. They said, have you ever been president of a homeowner association? Yes, I have. Well, you know that when somebody violates, your recourse is fine them. And if they don't pay, you put a lien on their property. And then what do? You wait till they try to sell it, and then it goes to court. In other words, until they try to sell their property, they can have that chicken coop, and there's nothing you can do about it, even in a homeowner association. So that's an interesting thought, too. I didn't take it to that much depth of thought. But those kinds of things worry me and bother me, not only outside homeowner associations, but with homeowner associations. And there seems to be no protection for the people that own property that don't want this next to them, that bought into it, and some of them put their life savings into what they thought was their version of what Cary should be, and now it's going to be changed.
Some homeowners associations can put a lien on your house for painting it the wrong color.
Sure.
That's right. And that's why you move into it.
Yeah.
That's exactly why. That's why people leave the north and come down here.
Sorry, I thought I was talking.
You were, and I'm answering your
That
question.
prevent people from painting their house a certain color? Do we have that discussion up here?
I mean,
You just brought it up.
I didn't bring it up, he brought it up. Are we trying to play homeowners association, or are we looking to pass, when people move into a homeowner association, yes, they agree to a higher standard of rules and regulations.
That's correct.
And part of that might be no livestock, but there's also all these other rules that we have no authority over as well.
That is correct.
So if somebody chose to move into a homeowners association and then chooses to break their rules, why is that our responsibility?
Well, I mean, we're creating a potential problem, was my point, that the homeowner associations will now have to deal with, that they did not have to deal with before, and that's their concern that they expressed to me. That was the point I was making. I'm sorry, Jack.
No, I mean, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was trying to reinforce what you were saying. That's exactly what reason you move into a homeowners association. Look, I don't think anything that surfaced over the last 2 weeks, we all have our perspectives on this, and we're not, we can try to change each other's mind, but the eye-opener of the last 2 weeks was, for both sides, for the most part, the letters were thoughtful, reflective. There's always a few that aren't, but in the end, for me, it's as basic as what do we want in Cary? And if this is something you believe in, I guess then you're going to vote your conscience that way. I just find that after months of this gyration of trying to put protections in, we're just kidding ourselves. And the appeal, the letters that struck home to me the most, mostly in the last 2 weeks, which reinforced the previous months, are the ones that we're already dealing with the problems. And these are people that, in theory, shouldn't have chickens because they're not part of our code. And we're already having problems, and the feedback I get from a lot of people that have made that investment is, why do we believe any amount of code is going to help the situation? Now, in fairness, I think, Ms. Jennifer, you brought up a lot of people that are very responsible, doing the thing, and you're just going to, I guess, have to trust the process. I don't trust it. I think it's way too complex, way too cumbersome, and in the end, it really is, do you want farm animals in Cary? Does that represent Cary? And is it needed? I just personally think, as you do, Mayor, I know living in a homeowners association, I would be leaning quite heavily on the homeowners association, to deal with it, and I know that it will create a lot of problems for that. The thing that really scares me is looking up the addresses and looking up where people have written me in the past 2 weeks and said, I can't wait till you improve this. I've already got like a coop and I'm ready to go. And they live in a pretty strict homeowners association. The amount of education we're going to have to do for that 50% of Cary that lives in a homeowners association, I think is going to be difficult. And I just, we're a community of neighbors, we're neighborliness, and somehow I wanted it as simple as being able to work it out with your neighbor. That's kind of a naive approach. And I understand the complexities when neighbors move and everything else. But, I think you're on to something, Jennifer, when you said, this basic, if this is what I want, it's going to be closer to me, not to my neighbor, and I'm going to make some kind of an extraordinary effort to do something above and beyond to make this work. And I have not seen that in a lot of the letters that come to me. I get it is my right, and this is what I want, and there's no discussion around everybody else that's been here, moved here to get away from that. It is one of the reasons for moving here, and I think that's what the large rank and file of the community want. But again, at this point, it's just my opinion on this matter.
I'd like to get back to something that Jennifer spoke about when she first started talking and it was something that I actually had requested when I first brought it forward, that the chicken coop be closer to the chicken owner than it is to their neighbors. The sentence you rattled off sounded great to me. And how we keep that coop within X amount of feet of the home. I mean, you talked about 15 feet that ensures they don't let it get nasty or whatever. To me, that one seems a little more complicated, harder to enforce. But that sentence, can you read the sentence again?
Was that the first one she said?
I think so.
It was
just from memory.
Yeah, but go ahead.
But
I just said that
to me, that solves a lot of the issues that
the chicken coop needs to be constructed closer to the owner's structure, which would constitute his house or his porch, than any of his neighbors' structures, which would include house or porch.
So if we added that sentence in,
To replace the setback area, Don?
location of chicken coops, pens, and, let's see,
It's E.
Yeah, I think you said.
shall only be located in rear yards behind the line formed by the back wall of the residence and shall comply with a minimum setback of 15 feet from side and rear property lines and be located.
Coop no closer, or closer to the owner's structure than it is to the neighboring property owner's house or porch. I wrote it down when you said it.
Type.
I like the and.
Typed it.
I mean, I think, yeah, I think that.
To me, that solves a lot of it keeps that neighbor who has that big, long lot that you were just talking about from putting it 100 feet away from your house, but only from their house, but only 30 feet close away from your house. It solves that problem. In regards to your concerns about the run, the dirt, and that legitimate concern. How exactly we screen it, I don't know. I mean, my concerns are that we don't have screening rules for other types of backyard accessory uses. And so are we making a special circumstance here? Yeah, but Chris, are there legal concerns with screening one type of backyard structure but not requiring screening on another type of backyard structure? Are we stepping in something we shouldn't be stepping in?
That it may be disproportionate to the use. I'm not seeing a real problem with it now, but it may be disproportionate to what's being protected, the coop. But I don't think it's I don't see a real problem with it, at
Now,
least.
would your definition of screening include fence?
I mean, it could if that's according to HOA standards. I mean, I know in our HOA that there's certain.
Nobody allows chain link.
Well, I'm just saying like there's fence types. But I guess it could be like, it could be fence or shrubbery. I just think shielding the view of it is a nice, respectful thing to do for your neighbor.
Okay.
May I ask a clarifying question
ahead,
about that, Don? I still struggle with, so if you have neighbors on each side and the rear, you're to screen it 3 ways? So I still struggle with that piece.
Yeah.
Because, one neighbor's view is no more important than another neighbor's view or ability to view, so I'm trying to figure out how
Unless
that
you have,
would
I mean,
work.
unless you're really looking at the coop. I mean, if you look at your yard and you're putting it on one side, according to the setback, and it's still closer to your back of your house,
You would
it's 40
screen it
feet
on the
from
closest
yeah, you're
neighbor.
40 feet from this guy, it's 200 feet from that guy.
Yeah, but what if it's in the middle of your, no, I totally get that, but what if it's in the middle of your yard? Because that's the best place to put it or something, and how do you decide?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
So I'm just trying to think of the logic, how one would,
Apply it.
yes.
Yeah.
So I do struggle with requiring screening of a coop when you don't require screening of any other accessory use. It does seem disproportionately restrictive. I mean, it just seems to me. I mean, I think then we would need to go back at some point and say, okay, now what about your shed? And what about your doghouse and things like that? I mean, a use is a use. It just seems to me. But didn't want to stop you, you seem to be on a roll, but I thought that was an appropriate time to ask that question.
I mean, the waste, I think staff's done a good job of addressing that. The other question is 6 or 4, but I think we need to answer some of the other questions before you get to that one, but.
And so going back to the list that you shared, Jennifer, I also think including that little checklist on the application is not a bad idea, because what it says to people is, remember, these are the things you're held to. I mean, I'm okay with that. There's so many things that, every time you sign, I was just looking at this yesterday, so it's fresh in my mind, a flu consent. You're asked again, are you allergic to thimerosal? Have you ever had an adverse reaction to flu vaccine? Are you pregnant? I mean, it asks you again and again and again, because it's saying you're responsible for telling us this information. So I'm okay with that.
Let me ask a question, because the number of people who requested permits in Durham seemed very low to me. Is it possible a lot of people aren't getting a permit before they build their chicken coop? Has Durham tracked how many complaints or anything that they've gotten about people having a chicken coop that didn't get a permit?
We didn't talk to them about that aspect of the program. I mean, it was the way they introduced it and created this system or process. And then folks obviously or apparently knew when it was new and it was out there and took advantage of it. That's sort of, again, the rush at the beginning and the interest, and then sort of have dropped off. We did check to see, do they go back and follow up later? Because that number may be low, and it may actually be lower than that if some of those have gone out of commission.
And a follow-up question to that is that if you believe the data, what it shows is that there aren't hundreds and hundreds of people rushing out to build a chicken coop. I mean, you look at it decreased over 4 years. There was a decrease annually for a total of 55 permits.
I think.
If you believe the data.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're comparing apples and oranges. If you're looking at cities of comparable mix of housing and so forth and size, but I don't see the relevance of that data. I really don't. I don't see how it relates to us in any way.
Well, we were trying to give you a sense of scale on what the scale of the problem or issue may be, one. The other aspect of it is probably because of our nature and the amount of development in Cary that's newer than Durham, that's in planned developments, that's in homeowners associations. We probably would have fewer, I mean, the percentage, on a proportionate scale might even be less if your private deed restrictions and covenants are going to preclude this anyway. We wouldn't have as many lots their older lots in developments in residential areas that don't have an HOA or covenants or whatever. So you could look at it that way as well.
I think we might be naive if we think that HOA covenants is going to prevent somebody from putting in a chicken coop. I mean, the reality is that people are ignoring their HOA covenants. I already visited one person's lot, her name will remain anonymous, who lives in an HOA that restricts chicken coops explicitly, and we don't even have them legalized in Cary yet, and she has her chicken coop. So, you know, this is going to happen. So what we need to do is we need to write an ordinance that is going to cover a neighbor, whether they're in an HOA or not. You know, we have to think about any lot in Cary and having to go in and visit that lot and not even have no regard for whether they have HOA covenants or not. That's because we don't enforce that and go in and say, is your chicken coop closer to the structure of your house? Do you have proper screening? Do you have the right number of chickens? You know, and if you don't, these are things that you need to change to get it compliant with town code.
And your point is then the HOA deals with the HOA violation.
The HOA, yeah, we can't deal with the HOA.
Because we don't do it for any other.
Yeah, so we can't make an assumption, hey, this is only 30% of the lots or whatever in Cary are even going to have chicken coops because everybody else is an HOA. I don't see the HOA having any major impact. You know, I think we have to assume that people will break their HOA covenants and that these coops are for anywhere in Cary.
Mayor?
Very little recourse.
There'll be very little recourse.
One of the interesting things when I was doing some reading on Durham's ordinance was theirs is a little different than ours in that it requires a limited agriculture permit, right?
Yeah, that's the name they gave to their accessory use permit.
Accessory,
So they
but
gave
it does require a formal consent, from your neighbor, which might, if you get that beforehand, which might alleviate some of the HOA concerns because now lots of people know before the coop shows up, potentially. There are some other things potentially that could be done to get everybody to feel more comfortable with this.
Yeah, and that's, Jack, you brought that up in the past, getting the neighbors to sign off and say, yes, I feel okay with this.
I'm not advocating it, but I'm trying to get us to a compromise.
Yeah, I think that's nice. Thank you.
Mr. Yerha.
Yeah, and you 6 people have been struggling with this for so long, I almost feel like I'm butting in, like, you know, to a family squabble.
That's why we brought you in.
And
Depends on where you are.
Working with this so intimately for so long, and I really don't want to butt in, but I got to tell you how I feel on this. I know I've been following this for years, even though I've been on that side of the table. In all honesty, sitting on that side of the table, I couldn't possibly understand how this issue could be lingering for so long. But sitting on this side of the table is a different feeling. I mean, these last 2 weeks have meant a lot to me. Not only the emails that we've been getting from both sides, it's amazing. Today I had an email from someone who was totally anti-chicken and made just tremendous sense to me. And before I got done reading it, there was another email came in from somebody who was pro-chicken and made equally amount of sense. And the thing is, I know personally both of those people, and I respect both of their opinions very much. So I can see the struggle that you've been having. But these 2 weeks I've done a lot of research, and just to let you know where I'm coming from on the issue, because I haven't spoken publicly on it before this. We're dealing with something that we haven't dealt with before. This is a 21st century urban agriculture movement. It's been successful all over the place, in cities larger than Cary, smaller than Cary, and some very much like Cary. The question is, will it work in Cary? And we've gotten pros and cons from people who have experienced it in other places. Some say it was wonderful, some say it isn't. We've had a lot of theory from people here in Cary who haven't experienced it, some pros and some cons. So I really came from an anti-chicken position sitting on that side of the table a month ago. But I'm thinking the only way we're going to know if it works in Cary for sure is to give it a try. So I have changed my mind, if you will, over the last few weeks. But I would want to give it a try. I would want to give the try with restrictions. I mean, as we have in the revised ordinance, the 6 to 4 chickens I like, the 10 to 15 feet I like. And I really like that first condition of yours, Jennifer, with the being closer to your own house than to your neighbors. If that can be worked in easily here, I mean, I think that's a wonderful thing. Of course, the waste disposal clause we want in there, that makes a great deal of sense, and that came from a citizen who suggested that, even though none of us had. So that's where I'm coming from. I would like to get this over with tonight.
So would we all.
And but if it isn't, if we need wording and we're kind of, I'm the new guy. I'm not going to make the chicken motion here. I don't think that would be even proper. But you know, I would like to get it over. If we need more time, and Jeff would have to tell us that to put some of these things in the ordinance, then if we table it with that assumption that that's going to be done. But I sure hope that would not be the case. I would sure hope we can vote on this.
Before we start formulating motions, let me just advocate one more time for one of the conditions you guys have not picked up on. I don't think it'd be hard for us if we said the coop must be within 30 feet of the back of your house. I had 2 people who own chickens who recommended this. And I think one person said 15 feet, the other person said 30 feet. Even if it went with the 30 feet.
What happens if they can't do 30?
If you can't put your chicken coop within 30 feet?
The lot won't allow it. With a 15-foot setback, and then 30 can't be.
No, it could be.
They have to have a 30-foot deep backyard to make it.
No. They could have.
On the house.
Well, if you can't fit it within 30 feet, you can't get it anywhere on your lot. Then, it's not maximum. It's not more than 30 feet. It's within 30 feet.
But if you had a 30-foot backyard.
Right, depending on where your house is, yeah.
You physically couldn't do it because it would have to start where your property line ends. Maybe they could make it work maybe at 25.
If this was your backyard here,
within,
and this is your house, and this is your setback from here, it has to be within 30 feet of the back of your structure.
But what if that backyard is only 25 feet deep?
Then you're going to set it at 20 feet.
Wait.
From your house.
So you're
The
saying
backyard is the other side of
This
your
is the
phone.
tree.
this is if you can't fit it here, then you're not fitting it. It's not. This wouldn't prevent you from being able to put it on. It would be the setback requirement that would prevent you from putting it on.
Some people have much bigger side yards than a backyard. Most people have bigger backyards. But if their backyard was, say, only 25 to 30 feet deep.
It's within 30 feet of your structure of your house. Within 30 feet of the structure of your house.
So it could be 3.
It could
or
be 3
6,
feet.
or
it could be
whatever.
6.
In that case.
It could be 23 feet.
No less than.
Within.
Right.
But
No
you could always-
no further than 30 feet from the back of your house.
It could always
Or
be
from
close.
your structure.
But it could always be closer is where you're headed with that thinking.
Yeah.
So what you're saying, because I thought you were advocating for being a little more open-ended and saying the coop should be closer to the owner's structure than the neighbor's structure. And what you're saying is you want more specificity. You're specifying that it should be closer because it should be within 30 feet.
Both. I want both. I want.
Well, how would that read?
It would read, you would have the setbacks and
15 feet.
the coop is closer to the structure of your house than your neighbor's structure, and it would be within 30 feet of the structure of your house. That way, if you have.
It's a double test. You have to meet all of those
Right.
requirements.
Right.
If A and B
And C.
Yeah, and
You'd
it's
have
just
setbacks.
Yeah, and if somebody comes out there with a measuring tape, it's just a matter of, running it this way one time, then running it from your house into the neighbor's house, and you've made your assessment of whether it met the
Now,
conditions.
and staff, remember, one of the things that we did when we talked about some of the provisions early on was trying not to base the distances and measurements off structures on adjoining property, because that means you're required to go on somebody else's property to measure. That's why we went with a setback from a property line, which we don't have to go on adjoining property. The neighbor doesn't have to go on to do measurements or those kinds of things. So that's why we opted for a setback from the property line versus measuring off adjoining structures or other things. And that also accounts for future changes to the structure next door where they may add on a porch or what Somebody else adds on to the house that met that requirement, that coop is now non-conforming because of the activity that occurred on the adjoining property versus if it's measured off the common property line, you don't worry about those things affecting the coop owner's permit.
Yeah.
But-
Oh, go ahead.
No, finish.
Well, I would just say, first of all, I think with technology today, we could probably use aerial photography to determine distance. We wouldn't have to go onto the property. So I'm not as worried about that aspect of it. And I would think there's, right, George, you don't agree?
Jeff.
You had that look like, I don't know.
We all know why Ben left.
Yeah, it's not precise.
You're going to get it.
I was just
Writing
going to
an
say,
ordinance at the table. Do we
Yeah,
really
that's-
want to
Yeah,
continue
really,
this?
yeah.
I would just say similarly, the person with the chicken coop could add a screened-in porch, and then extend their deck, and then they could move their coop, because now the coop is a lot closer to the house, and they still could, yeah.
Oh,
But it
yeah.
wouldn't be off their neighbor's new structure, which I think is problematic. I'm not in favor of writing this ordinance at the table, but I'm
Me
also
neither.
not in favor of taking this back to staff and bringing it back. I think we should tell the language we want. I think we should vote it up or down, and then if what we need to do is ratify it, if it passes, ratify it next time, then if that's possible, that's what I would do, because I think this is becoming too circular. It's like a ping pong match.
Right.
And I think that's not getting us anywhere, and I think we just need to show a little pluck, oh dear, and do it.
The only comment I want to address with that is that, we've been good in the past of, like showing leadership and trying things, and we have a pretty good track record of revisiting things for unintended consequences and all that. And we did it with red light cameras. A lot of pressure said, well, you got them all in place, you can't change things. Well, you can, if fundamentally there's a compelling argument to change. Problem with this, I think, is it just gets so much harder because you are dealing with animals. I think that's harder. People have made an investment in things, and now that if we believe that 3 years down we're going to look at this, or 2 years down because of the complaints, I just question if how practical it is to then say, oh yeah, you know what, it really is this bad and we should get rid of it. And I just caution this, the innocence of the comment, well, let's try something because we want to be brave and visionary and be 21st century, and just realize that if the problems that we fear happen, that some of us fear will happen, possession is 9/10 of the law. Heck, reason we have the problem now, we don't allow them in small lots, and where's the problem on those lots? So I just caution you in that thought process, because I think I think there's a flaw in that logic.
Ms. Frantz?
I'm going to try and make a motion.
Thank you.
I make a motion to approve the backyard hens ordinance as proposed with the following amendments that I would assume would come back for ratification at a next meeting.
Chris is giving you the look.
My recommendation is, unless you're really clear about what it's
I'm
going
going to try to be.
that we do delay it. Otherwise,
How about
I
we
would
do
try
this
to
and you
be-
say, is that clear or not?
Okay.
That works. All right. Going from a 10 to a 15-foot setback. I'm going to try and meet in the middle on the number of chickens and go with 5. Compost waste disposal has been taken out. I love to include language that makes or clearly stipulates that the chicken coop must be located closer to the owner of the chicken's home than any neighbor structure. I'm going to leave it at that.
Neighbor
And the checklist on the
living
application,
structure.
yes.
living structure.
Wait, what was that?
Oh, living structure
Right.
versus their
A shed.
shed. Or their,
That was what.
Yes,
That's what you
yes,
meant.
yeah, primary structure, which would
Correct.
be the house and their.
Primary structure.
like that.
Yeah.
And then also having the checklist on the permit application to help in the education, lack of confusion process. going to stop with that.
We've got
Here's
that
a
on there
motion.
already.
Well, first, I'm going to second that so we can
Okay.
discuss it.
Oh, so you don't have to use that one? Got it.
We hit that one.
And I would just to clarify Mr. Frantz's motion so that this will hopefully be so clear for our attorney that she'll feel so good about us bringing this back for ratification if it were to pass, is that the language that Mr. Frantz recommended on location of coop is in E, location of coops, pens, and tractors. Currently reads comply with a minimum setback of 15 feet from side and rear property lines, and to be added to that would be, and be located closer to owner's primary structure than any neighbor's primary structure. You like that?
Other discussions, questions?
Just to give them the language.
Ms. Robinson?
You sure you don't want to add in the 30 feet from the owner's structure, within 30 feet of the owner's structure?
I think the language, or I feel like the language that states that it be located closer to the owner's house than the neighbor's house, in my opinion, that alleviates 99% of the concern. I think we start getting too complicated.
What about the shade? What about the screening, so that if you're a neighbor, you look out and you don't have to look at the coop? A little screening. Can I get you into a little screening?
Can I get you into this used car today? I mean, this is the question I asked Jennifer the first time she brought up the screening thing. You know, that probably works great if you're both on completely flat lots. But let's say there's a lot of topography and your house is here, or you've got 3 stories. You can screen the heck out of that coop, but you're up in your bedroom, you're looking right down on that coop. That screening helps not at all. It sounds good. I don't think it's going to really work.
I think it'd work.
Well, I know you didn't. I'm just thinking, I'm not so sure. I think it would work in some cases.
Yeah, I think in some cases, I think you're right. I think there's always going to be a case where it's complicated. But what I was hoping to do is to try to get this.
Oh, I
so
heard
we
it.
have just so many provisions that it just gives the person who's the neighbor who's very concerned, it gives them a sense of peace, like, okay, this might be okay. That's what I wanted to accomplish with
The screen, you're talking specifically?
the screening, the 30, I mean, all of the things. I wanted to mash them all in there so that it really, if you're putting in your chicken coop, adding a couple shrubs, that's not a big deal. I mean, it really isn't a big deal. I mean,
But then we have to define what kind of screening, right? Is it a fence? Is it a tree? Is it what constitutes screening now? I've seen some neighborhoods, and by the way, I don't disagree with you that there are a lot of people who don't want to look at it. But having been on the tour to Coop, I did see some really cute, and they didn't even look like coops. They looked like garden houses, right? And I don't know that screening was the right thing for that. And I've seen some really horrible sheds in people's backyards, and we don't force people to screen that. The equitability, if that's a word.
Equitableness.
Thank you. Across the board.
equity. I think equity might be what we're looking for. But
it's just not fair.
Okay, I understand. I just have a little concern that the tour of the coops might show us the best of, and maybe not like I have some family members and friends that if they tried to build a coop, it wouldn't look like the tour to coop stuff. I mean, it's not going to look pretty, and as soon as the chickens go in and they pull up the grass, there went the last pretty thing in the area. So that's what I'm concerned about. I'm just trying to get all the provisions in that can give me a comfort level.
If I could be assured that everyone was like those 3% in the tour de coupe, and as I said, I encourage everyone the next time go on the tour, and then leave it and talk to the rest of the community on that court, on that very same one that have all the pretty little sheds or the pretty little coops, and you'll get a taste of reality. But let's get back to the details of the motion.
So we have a motion and a second. We've had discussion. Is the motion clear?
Let me just confirm, the draft ordinance that's in front of us that staff provided, we're changing subsection E as Gale read it, and that includes a setback of 15 feet already, which Don stipulated. And the only other change I thought I heard was to 5 chickens. So there would be a change to B. The maximum number of female chickens hens allowed is 5 per lot. So that's the extent of the changes.
And the other change was what Jeff said about.
And the language that Jeff.
In II,
And the online, on-site slaughter, the outdoor slaughter.
That was passed last time.
Right, and the checklist on the application.
I don't know that we
That's
need
not in
an
the
ordinance amendment for that.
That would be,
It's in the application.
we've already got that covered on the application form, but it's not something needed in the actual ordinance itself.
Cool.
Jeff, read us the language you suggested for II under manure and compost.
Pardon? For?
If you would read us the language you previously suggested under II,
It would read,
so that Chris can
help me
have that
remember
complete.
what page we're on.
It's
I've
page
got-
9.
Middle of page 9.
Yeah.
Chicken manure shall be bagged and disposed of with household garbage or composted on site.
That's it.
Are we good? Everybody clear?
Chris, you clear?
Mr. Ullman's clear, Chris is clear, okay. We have a motion second, all in favor? What?
If this motion happens to fail, then we'd have the opportunity to maybe have a follow-up motion. Is that correct? That
Sure.
might bring in more additional conditions?
Absolutely.
Just check.
Anytime a main motion fails, you can bring
Just
another
just
main
want
motion.
to make sure that we don't.
One quick,
Yeah, you can go all night.
just a clarifying
Like we did the first time we did this, was midnight.
Just a clarifying question. If, and I'm sure we haven't imagined every single lot that's out here, and we have lots of homes with strange lot configurations. If putting a chicken coop near to your house actually makes it closer to the neighbor's house, I mean, how are we going to, what if there's a strange lot configuration? How are we going to
You couldn't meet that requirement, right, the way you've written it?
I just want to make sure, there are some lots that have, we saw.
Pie-shaped and stuff, is that what you
Yeah,
mean?
exactly. I mean, is that something that would come before staff to make that recommendation, or to?
You'd have to meet the
call?
standards in the ordinance as specified, the requirements. If you can't meet those, that means your lot's not eligible. You don't, I mean, we would apply all the standards and requirements, and if you're in a
So
situation,
for instance,
I mean,
if it's got to be within, we didn't do the 30.
you didn't do the 30.
You didn't do the 30 feet.
So that way, as long as it's closer to yours.
But you also didn't do screening, which might be very appealing to some people.
So we have a motion second, we're very clear about this motion. All in favor of this motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? No. Motion carries 4-3.
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
Because I was, obviously really working hard this last 2 weeks to find the conditions that I'd be comfortable with. And as I said in the meeting 2 weeks ago, I wasn't against having the chicken coops. I just wanted to have it with provisions that protected the residents. I voted no because I didn't think all of the provisions that I thought should be in there were in there. So, that's something for us to look at as we go forward, because we've said that we'll have an evaluation period and we'll look at it. If 1 or 2 years, whenever we go through that evaluation period, if we find that screening would be really nice, then maybe we can add it in at that time. But I feel like I have just, I tried really hard to make it work.
You did?
You did, you got some other conditions in here that we did not have before.
That's good.
And I also, I also appeal to, like when we had the bee people, there are some professional organizations that help. I really do hope that the community that is interested in this really reach out to help each other and to really, prove me wrong. Prove the people that have a real concern about this wrong, and really step up, because we're voting our conscience here, and we're voting what our concerns are. So the vote is done, and I just hope that you set up your clubs like the beekeepers do, and you reach out and you let people know that you're available to help. You present the ideas, and you just make every effort to be a good neighbor. That's what I hope, and I wish you well.
We're now at the statement of reasonableness and consistency, and I didn't forget it this time. For the land development ordinance amendment pertaining to the backyard chickens, I'll refer to council to the prepare motions
I
and
have.
staff report.
Yay.
The Town Council of Town of Cary hereby states that Section 1 LDO Amendment Round 22, Item B, backyard chickens, is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Section 2, based upon the information presented at the public hearings and based upon the recommendations and detailed information developed by staff and/or the Planning and Zoning Board contained in the staff report, and considering the criteria of Section 3.3.3 of the Town of Cary Land Development Ordinance, LDO Amendment 22, Item B, backyard chickens is reasonable and in the public interest.
Second.
There's a motion, a second, discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Was it 2? 5-2? 4-3. Okay, we now move to, thank you, Mr. Alma.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Mayor,
Major.
Council.
We're sorry.
We're now at item H1. It's my pleasure to turn over the Planning and Development Committee's duties to Mr. Yerha.
Aw.
Gonna miss you, Don. He will also serve as the council liaison to the Environmental Advisory Board. Mrs. Bush has been serving in that capacity, and we thank you for your service. And in the interim, and Mr. Yerha will be taking that over. My understanding, we do not have a closed session. Therefore, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.
Oh,
This has been a production of Cary TV. Visit the Town of Cary's website at